Hello and welcome back to ROADTRIpVIA, personally my favorite trivia channel on all of YouTube. Today we have a long haul trivia quiz. The long haul quizzes combine a month's worth of trivia, break it down, they knock off the intro, we knock off the outro. All you have is trivia questions. 31 days times 20 questions a day, that's 620 trivia questions. Stick around afterwards to get a better, longer video of the Logan Canyon Drive you're seeing right now. And other than that, good luck. Question number 1. Also a term for cheap, usually illicit liquor, what is the last name of the witch who serves as the flying instructor and one of the inter-house Quidditch referees at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? The last name that we're looking for is Hooch. Her name is Madame Rolanda Hooch. Question number 2. Sam Johnson and John McCain were members of the U.S. Congress with this military distinction. McCain was at the infamous Hanoi Hilton, while Johnson was at a special facility designed exclusively for solitary confinement. What is this term for one who was held in custody during an armed conflict? The term we're looking for is a POW, or a prisoner of war. Question number 3. Its patriarch was Cosimo, and its members included people like Lorenzo the Magnificent. What is the name of this Florentine family that was active in banking and politics between the 14th and 18th centuries? The answer is the Medici family. Question number 4. In a popular Lewis Carroll poem, the Jubjub bird and the Bandersnatch terrorize the butcher and beaver, who become friends while hunting for this elusive animal. The baker disappears when what tidal animal turns out to be a boojum? This poem is called The Hunting of the Snark. Snark is the answer. Question number 5. The Spanish phrase Las Posadas, meaning the inns, names the 9-day Mexican festival marking Mary and Joseph's search for lodgings in Bethlehem, a town in the territory today known as the West Bank, located west of which river? The answer is the Jordan River. Question number 6. Located on the grounds of Springwood, the Roosevelt family estate in Hyde Park, in which state did Franklin Roosevelt lay the cornerstone for the first presidential library, his own, on November 19, 1939? The first U.S. presidential library was in New York. Question number 7. During this battle, Vasily Zaitsev killed over 200 people. For 2 months of this battle, soldiers defended Pavlov's house against Frederick Paulus's 6th Army, who eventually surrendered to Georgy Zhukov. What is this lengthy World War II siege of a Russian city named for the Soviet premier? This battle was the Battle of Stalingrad. Question number 8. Gods were not the only common subject of classical sculpture. A highly regarded sculpture by the Greek artist Myron shows a common nude athlete bending at an odd angle, preparing to throw what tidal object? This athlete was preparing to throw a discus. Question number 9. This city lies on the rocky eastern coast of Kola Bay of the Barents Sea and is one of the largest ports in Russia. What is the name of this world's largest city that lies north of the Arctic Circle? It's the biggest city in the world that is above the Arctic Circle. What is its name? The answer is Murmansk. Question number 10. It'll be all this if the writer's strike continues. What word designates the kind of comedy or drama that actors make up on the spot from audience suggestions and without benefit of a prepared script? This type of acting with no written script is called improv or improvisation. Question number 11. Which word comes from the Greek language for new and designates the rare inert gaseous element that was newly discovered in 1898 and whose atomic number is 10 between 9 fluorine and 11 sodium? The answer is neon. Question number 12. In 2006, scientists guessed its age to be around 400 years old. However, in 2013, scientists re-examined it using more precise techniques and realized it was closer to 500 years old. What kind of animal is Ming, the oldest living animal in the world? Ming is a clam. Question 13. It was auctioned off in 2007 for $18.5 million. Who was the Russian jeweler for the royals who also designed the Rothschild family's 1902 enamel and gold egg with a jeweled rooster that pops up every hour? This Russian jeweler also did work for the Tsars. His name is Fabergé, Peter Carl Fabergé. Question number 14. This branch of mathematics originated with the ancient Babylonians. It was refined in India and brought to Europe by the Arabs during the Middle Ages. What is this branch of mathematics that primarily involves simplifying variable expressions? The answer is algebra. Question number 15. He shares his surname with a European capital. What is the name of the songwriter who wrote the song God Bless America, which was first sung by Kate Smith on the radio on November 11th, 1939? The popular songwriter from that era was Irving Berlin, and Berlin is a European capital. Question number 16. On November 24th, 1874, Joseph Glidden was granted a patent for the fencing material that made possible the development of the Great Plains for farming. What was the name for this material that is still used today? Joseph Glidden was granted the patent for barbed wire. Question number 17. Schopenhauer argued that this philosophical concept was an illusion, in part because the body's reactions to stimuli are automatic. The opposite of this concept is determinism. What is this philosophical concept that holds people can make choices about their future actions? The answer is free will. Question number 18. This publication predicted the death of Titan Leeds in 1732. Leeds wasn't dead in 1733, but this publication printed an obituary anyway. What is this annual publication filled with astronomical information, poems, proverbs, and a calendar that was extremely popular in the American colonies? The answer is Poor Richard's Almanac. Question number 19. What animal with a four-letter name did Carl Linnaeus call Scalopus aquaticus, thinking that its webbed front feet meant it was aquatic, though it really uses these feet to dig tunnels through land? The answer is the mole. And question 20, from the shortened form of the French phrase that means come and help me, what is the internationally recognized voice radio call for help, often followed by a distress message and often linked with sinking ships? The answer is Mayday. Question number 1. All except one of the game pieces representing weapons in the original board game Clue are made of pewter. Which weapon was made of a different substance? The weapon that was different was rope. It was usually made with plastic or twine. Question number 2. It was given its trademark name because of its unsightly appearance. Although called the Jamaican Tangelo, what is the name of this hybrid of a grapefruit and an orange? It is called an ugly fruit. Question number 3. Only one of the 50 U.S. state flags features a U.S. president on it. Which U.S. state's flag features a presidential portrait? The answer is the state of Washington. Question number 4. In 1992, 63 people died during the Rodney King race riots in what American city? And looting was particularly bad in the city's Koreatown neighborhood. The answer is Los Angeles, California. Question number 5. At the start of the 7 Years' War, France and England were fighting each other on which 3 continents? The answer is Europe, Asia, and North America. Question number 6. Walt Whitman's poem, O Captain, My Captain, laments the death of what person? The answer is Abraham Lincoln. Question number 7. This small landlocked nation has a population that is mainly Buddhist. What is this kingdom in the Himalayas that is separated from Nepal by the Indian state of Sikkim? The answer is Bhutan. Question number 8. Centuries ago, Adam's Bridge was a land connection linking Sri Lanka to what subcontinent that is now the second most populous country in the world? The answer is India. Question number 9. On December 17th, 1903, in which U.S. state did the Wright brothers make their first powered flight on Kill Devil Hill near Kitty Hawk? That was in the state of North Carolina. Question number 10. What is the name of the country Dutch navigator Abel Tasman discovered on December 13, 1642, off Australia's southeast shore? The answer is New Zealand. Question number 11. Astronomers seeking stellar nurseries often search for what type of radiation that is found between UV rays and gamma rays on the EM spectrum. The answer is X-rays. Question number 12. What was the name of the popular British admiral who was the victor in the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar? The answer is Horatio Nelson. Question number 13. About which author did President Lincoln say on meeting her on November 26, 1862, "So, this is the little lady who made the big war"? The answer is Harriet Beecher Stowe, who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin. Question number 14. What was the name of the German theologist who was excommunicated by Pope Leo X in 1421 for refusing to recant much of his 95 Theses? The answer is Martin Luther. Question 15. Who was the Roman god of the forge, named in the word for the process man used in heating rubber, metals, and other natural products to give them strength and flexibility? Looking for the name of the Roman god of the forge. That process is called vulcanization. The answer is Vulcan. And question 16. What body of water gave its name to the resolution that allowed the use of military force in Vietnam without the formal declaration of war? The answer is the Gulf of Tonkin. Question 17. Only one of the 50 U.S. state flags includes a covered wagon on it. What is this state, which was the destination for settlers headed for the Willamette Valley? The answer is Oregon. Question number 18. The Japanese surrender at the end of World War II was signed on board what American warship? The answer is the USS Missouri. Question number 19. It can also refer to the water that collects there and has to be pumped out. What is the 5-letter word that refers to the part of a ship's hull which is below the waterline? To get that water out, you use the bilge pump. Bilge is the answer. And question 20. LaGuardia Airport and Kennedy Airport are both in which of the 5 boroughs of New York City? Those airports are both in Queens. Question number 1. The Spanish words oro y plata appear on the flag of this state, which also features a scene that includes mountains, a river, and a canyon. What is this U.S. state whose name also comes from a Spanish word? Oro y plata means gold and silver. That's the motto of Montana. Question number 2. This term is defined as an expression or element of an artistic work that has become overused to the point of losing its original meaning or effect, even to the point of being trite and irritating. What is this 6-letter term? The term we're looking for is cliché. Question number 3. The famous authors C.S. Lewis and Aldous Huxley both died on the same day. However, that news did not get the attention that it deserved that day because the news and media were focused on what American president who also died that same day. Both of those authors died the day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Question number 4. Dr. Hasty Lanyon dies of shock after witnessing the transformation of this novel's protagonist. What is the title of this novel in which the respectable first title character creates a potion that transforms him into the ruthless second title character? This is the story of The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Question number 5. The northern part of this barrier island in the Gulf of Mexico is a wildlife preserve. However, the portion south of Mansfield Channel is home to a major beach resort. What is this Texas island that welcomes thousands of college students every spring break? If you said South Padre Island, you were close, but you were wrong. The answer is Galveston Island. Question number 6. Although he was born to a Greek family in Palestine, he is the patron saint of England. He was executed by the Emperor Diocletian for refusing to offer a sacrifice to the Roman gods. What saint is often portrayed in art slaying a dragon, a legend that has been attached to his persona since the Middle Ages? The patron saint of England is Saint George. Question number 7. This word is defined as the scientific study of the function of living systems. It comes from Greek roots meaning the study of nature or the study of origin. What is the name of this science that is often paired with and distinguished from anatomy? Think back to your high school days. The class was usually anatomy and physiology. Physiology is the answer. Question number 8. A key aspect of Winfield Scott's Civil War strategy was to take complete control of the Mississippi River by seizing this city. David Farragut captured what southern city without a fight, and as a result, historic buildings in its French Quarter survived the war? We all know the French Quarter is in New Orleans. New Orleans is the answer. Question number 9. In 2014, this car maker faced lawsuits in New Jersey and Georgia about its practice of having the company sell cars directly to the public, rather than using dealers. What is the name of this car manufacturer based in Palo Alto, California? This car company is the electric car company Tesla. Tesla is the answer. Question number 10. Sonic booms can be caused by the shock wave produced by supersonic aircraft. What is another kind of natural sonic boom produced by the rapid heating and expansion of air? By what name do we know that type of sonic boom? It is more simply referred to as thunder. Question number 11. Negative feedback loops are key to this property in the endocrine system. What is the name for this property in which factors like body temperature, glucose level, and blood pressure are maintained at stable values? When everything is at a stable value, it has achieved a property of homeostasis. Question number 12. What is the term that can refer to each of these three descriptions? The first, cervical vertebrae of the neck that supports the skull, a titan condemned to support the heavens on his shoulders, or a bound collection of maps. The answer is Atlas. Question number 13. First Ladies Laura and Barbara Bush, Michelle Obama, and Hillary Clinton have all been guests on this television show. When astronaut Buzz Aldrin appeared on the show, he explained that the moon was not a big cookie. What is this children's program which will celebrate its 55th anniversary in 2024? The answer is Sesame Street. Question number 14. This story's title character is bewildered by the phrases members of Congress and Bunkers Hill after meeting a group of Dutch settlers who play ninepin in the Catskills Mountains. What is this Washington Irving short story about a colonial man who falls asleep for 20 years? Oh, to have such a nap. 20 years, that was Rip Van Winkle, the luckiest man alive. Question number 15. In pirate mythology, it is a legendary ghost ship that can never make port and is doomed to sail the oceans forever. What is the name of this mythical ship, the sight of which is said to bring doom? Don't say the Black Pearl. The ship we're looking for is the Flying Dutchman. Question number 16. John Crayar founded a library in this city. Also in this city, H.H. Holmes operated a murder castle at a hotel built for the 1893 Columbian Exposition. In 1871, Miss O'Leary's cow legendarily started a great fire in what large American city? As the story goes, Miss O'Leary's cow started the Great Fire in Chicago, Illinois. Question 17. The name of this disease comes from the fact that it was once believed that it was caused by bad air. It is in fact caused by parasitic protozoa and spread by mosquitoes. What is this disease that was once endemic in North America and Europe, but today is mostly limited to tropical regions of Africa and Asia? Bad air or malaria. Malaria is the answer we're looking for. Question number 18. These mathematical objects display self-similarity with a pattern that repeats at every scale. What is the name for these objects that include such shapes as the Koch snowflake, the piano curve, the uniform mass triangle, and the Mandelbrot set? These mathematical objects are known as fractals. Question number 19. In 2004, brain freeze beat out tennis elbow and growling stomach as the newest malady featured in this children's game. What is the name of this game, which also includes breadbasket, writer's cramp, spare ribs, and funny bone? The answer is Operation. And question 20. This U.S. territory is the southernmost and largest of the Mariana Islands. It was ceded to the United States following the Spanish-American War. What is the name of this island whose motto is, "Where America's Day Begins"? The answer is Guam. Question number 1. This company's early history is the subject of the 2017 film The Founder. Morgan Spurlock relied on this company for 30 days as part of his 2004 documentary, Super Size Me. What is this fast food chain that in 2017 hosted a special giveaway for their 1998 special Szechuan sauce? The company we're looking for is McDonald's. Question number 2. After NBC converted the Philharmonic Orchestra's primary recording studio into a TV studio, the orchestra moved their concerts to what famed New York concert venue, named for the steel tycoon and philanthropist who funded it? The answer is Carnegie Hall. Question number 3. This word was added to the Oxford English Dictionary in June of 2014. The first reference to the term was in 1970 for a symbol that was then more commonly used as an abbreviation for pounds or number. What is this term, which was first used to create groupings on Twitter in 2007? The answer is hashtag. Question number 4. This country gained a lease on the new territories from the Qing dynasty that lasted until 1997, when this country returned a city that it had gained in the Opium Wars. Hong Kong was once ruled by what European colonial power? The answer is the United Kingdom, or Great Britain. Question number 5. According to the Bible, Jesus was born in a manger just outside the city limits of what city located in present-day Palestine that is nestled in the fertile limestone hill country of the Holy Land? Born in a manger in the city of Bethlehem. Question number 6. Recovery efforts after this event included over $30 million in fundraising from local hero J.J. Watt. The cities of Beaumont and Port Arthur were hit with 3 feet of rainfall during what August 2017 hurricane that also flooded Houston, Texas? The answer is Hurricane Harvey. Question number 7. The company that originally manufactured the tool suggests that the general name for it should be either a hex key or a zeta wrench. What is the common name of this tool used to tighten or loosen bolts or screws that have a hexagonal socket in the head that is technically a registered trademark? The answer is an Allen wrench, or an Allen key. Question number 8. Human-created types of this crop include the resilient IR8 strain and a strain that is genetically modified to contain beta-carotene, the golden type. India and Thailand are the largest exporters of this crop, whose varieties include Japonica and Basmati. What is this important cereal crop? The answer is rice. Question number 9. 2 different African countries are named after this river, which originates near the Guinea-Sierra Leone border and flows past Timbuktu. What is the name of this river, which empties into the Atlantic about 400 miles east of the city of Lagos? Niger and Nigeria are both named after the Niger River. Question number 10. In the first Home Alone film that came out in 1990, what was the name of the city that Peter McAllister was taking his family to for Christmas vacation when they accidentally left Kevin behind in Chicago? The answer is Paris, France. That's where they were headed, Paris. Question number 11. Horner's method simplifies calculations of these functions, usually by employing synthetic division on them. What is this term for mathematical expressions like x squared plus 3, a term that comes from the Greek for many named? Focus on that last part. Many named as in polynomial. Polynomial is the word we're looking for. Question number 12. He was born to a prominent Cherokee family in what was then the Indian Territory and has been called Oklahoma's favorite son. Who was this famous humorist whose self-written epitaph on his tombstone includes the famous line, "I never met a man I didn't like"? The answer is Will Rogers. Question number 13. The important thing in life is not the triumph, but the fight. The essential thing is not to have won, but to have fought well. This is the official creed of what popular sporting event? This is the official creed of the Olympics. Question 14. Donald Glover and James Earl Jones played a father and son pair in this movie remake, which came out in 2019. Seth Rogen and Billy Eichner also had roles in what film where Beyoncé appeared as well, both in the cast and on the soundtrack? The answer is The Lion King. Question 15. In 2013, General Mills changed the name of this boxed food, which has been a kitchen staple since 1971. What two-word alliterative name was shortened to one word because the company said they wanted to de-emphasize any association with ground beef? Now it is just known as Helper, but it used to be called Hamburger Helper. Question number 16. The Niagara River, which contains Niagara Falls, flows from one Great Lake into another Great Lake. What are the names in order of the two lakes that are the source and the mouth of the Niagara River? In order, it's Erie and then Ontario. Question 17. Lines from this poet's works are commonly translated as "should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind," and "the best laid plans of mice and men oft go awry." Who is this Scottish poet who also wrote "Auld Lang Syne" and "To a Mouse"? This Scottish poet is Robert Burns. Question number 18. Raphael's The School of Athens is in this style and was painted under an archway in the Vatican. What is the name for this style of painting in which pigment is bonded directly to freshly laid wet plaster walls? Looking for the specific name of this type of painting. A lot of the paintings in the Vatican are frescoes. Fresco is the answer. Question number 19. He got his start playing a small role in the television show Chips in 1982, but child actor Ian Petrella got his big break in 1983 when he played Ralphie Parker's little brother in the holiday classic A Christmas Story. What was the first name of Ralphie's little brother? It was Ralphie and Randy. Randy is the name we're looking for. And question 20. Today, it is one of the largest U.S. banks and a major global financial services company with its headquarters in San Francisco. However, when it was founded in 1852 in New York, what company was a transportation company that was known for its stagecoach service between the East and California? The company we're looking for is Wells Fargo. And I love the story of Wells Fargo. You know, it used to be just a transportation service. It would run mail and people from the east to the west, and then it would run more mail and, packages from the west to the east. But then they started sending gold from the west back to the east, and it started to get real dangerous because of stagecoach robbers. And so then they had to carry these safes, and that's kind of how it got into the banking industry. And another thing was, the term riding shotgun. That comes from the Wells Fargo days. Because of the stagecoach robbers, they had to have a guy sit up front that carried a shotgun to keep the would-be stagecoach robbers at bay. When I get into trivia, I love those type of stories. I tell them any chance I get, anybody who'll listen to me. I'm a hoot at parties. You can hire me out for free. I'll just come tell all these dumb trivia stories all night long if you want. But I'm rambling. Let's get back to the game. Question number 1. Born in Pennsylvania, died in Missouri, and traveled as far west as Montana, what pioneer, explorer, frontiersman, and folk hero is best known as a Kentuckian? The answer is Daniel Boone. Question number 2. This superstar of the 1970s and 80s was the granddaughter of Nobel-winning physicist Max Born. Who was this actress whose biggest movie role was Sandy in Grease and her biggest song was Let's Get Physical? Her name was Olivia Newton-John. Question number 3. Water, water everywhere, nor any a drop to drink is probably the best known line from what 626-line ballad by Samuel Taylor Coleridge? The answer is Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Question number 4. Considered the male reproductive portion, what is the name of the pollen-producing part of a flower which includes the filament and the anther? The answer is the stamen. Question number 5. What is the two-word phrase that was first used by newspaper editor John O'Sullivan in 1845 to describe the belief of the American people being divinely ordained to settle the entire continent of North America? This two-word phrase is manifest destiny. Question number 6. The Rain in Spain, I Could Have Danced All Night, and I've Grown Accustomed to Her Face are all 3 songs from what popular Broadway musical? Those 3 songs come from My Fair Lady. Question number 7. As of 2023, New York City is the largest city in New York State. Buffalo is second. What city, which is home to Kodak, Xerox, and Bausch & Lomb, is the 3rd largest city in New York, population-wise? The answer is Rochester. Question number 8. An armless sculpture of this figure of Milos and a Praxiteles statue of this figure of Cnidos both depict what Greco-Roman love goddess? The answer is Venus or Aphrodite. Either one of those will work. Question number 9. Besides the Matterhorn, evidence for the last ice age includes what low egg-shaped hills found across Iceland, Ireland, and upstate New York? What's the name for those egg-shaped hills? Those are known as the drumlins. Question number 10. Designed to keep the power of the English monarchy in check, what was the name of this document that was signed at Runnymede in 1215? The answer is the Magna Carta. Question number 11. This author's 3 Laws of Robotics appear in his short story collection, I, Robot. Who is this prolific author that also wrote the Foundation series? The answer is Isaac Asimov. Question number 12. What is the name of the lightest metal on the periodic table that has been used as both an antidepressant drug and as the main component of electrical batteries? The answer is lithium. Question number 13. Often called the father of capitalism, what Scottish economist wrote of an invisible hand that regulated the free market in his book, The Wealth of Nations? The father of capitalism is Adam Smith. Question number 14. James Lovell, Fred Haise, and John Swigert were the astronauts in what ill-fated 1970 NASA expedition? The answer is Apollo 13. Question number 15. The vowel E is the most common letter in the English language. What consonant is the second most common letter, accounting for 9% of all the letters used in the English language? The second most common letter is T. Question 16. What is the 9-letter word that starts with a V that essentially means the thickness of a liquid, though technically it is a measure of a liquid's resistance to flow? The V word we're looking for is viscosity. Question 17. What is the common name given to the final German offensive of World War II that included the attack on the Ardennes Forest and the siege of Bastogne? The answer is the Battle of the Bulge. Question number 18. What is the name of the first non-royal woman in Europe to head a government, taking the leadership of her country on May 4th, 1979? The answer is Margaret Thatcher. Question 19. In which Shakespearean tragedy does the title character attempt to avenge the death of his father at the hands of Claudius? The answer is Hamlet. Question number 20. The mesosphere lies above it and the troposphere is below it. What is the layer of the atmosphere between 6 and 13 miles above the Earth's surface? The answer is the stratosphere. Question number 1. Preserving it for all generations to come. What was the name of the U.S. president who used the Antiquities Act of 1906 to declare the Grand Canyon a national monument to shield and protect it from commercial or residential development? He did a lot of work with the national parks. The answer is Theodore Roosevelt. Question number 2. He was beaten out for a promotion by Michael Cassio and decided to seek his revenge upon his employer by clouding his mind. Who is this Venetian who convinces Othello to murder Desdemona? The answer we're looking for is Iago. Question number 3. Iago Question number 3. It doesn't make any sense that a mouse would have a pet dog, but that is the case in the wonderful world of Disney. What is the name of Mickey Mouse's yellow-orange colored, medium-sized, short-haired dog with black ears? My mind always jumps to Goofy, but the answer is Pluto. Pluto. Question number 4. He served as the main subject of some of A. Milne's poems from When We Were Very Young. What is the name of this boy, Winnie the Pooh's closest human friend? The answer is Christopher Robin. Question number 5. When something is designated at GMT, it indicates that time is measured by the standard developed by an observatory in what English location through which the prime meridian passes? The answer is Greenwich. Greenwich Mean Time. Question number 6. Ella Maria Lanny Yellick O'Connor, the New Zealand-born singer-songwriter, known for her mega-hit songs like Royal and Green Light, goes by what one-word professional stage name? Ella Maria Lanny Yellick O'Connor. You probably know her as Lorde. Question number 7. The name of a 1971 song and album by Jethro Tull, it was developed in the early 1940s by Jacques Cousteau. What is this device that allows people to breathe underwater, also known as scuba? What is this invention that shares a name with a 1971 song and album by Jethro Tull? The answer is Aqualung. Question number 8. The main division of Canada is, of course, provinces, while the former USSR was divided into republics. What are the names for the primary divisions of the country of Germany? The answer is states. Germany is divided into states. Question number 9. This canine couple made a feature film in 1955 from Disney. She had a lovely home, but he lived on the streets. They enjoyed a meal at an Italian restaurant before he saved her owner's child from rats. Who are they? This canine couple is Lady and the Tramp. Question number 10. This device was suggested by Evangelista Torricelli through experiments involving a fluid in a tube inverted over a saucer. What is this weather instrument that reads atmospheric pressure? The answer is a barometer. Question 11. Wells can be drilled into these layers so water can be pumped out. Precipitation eventually adds water into these porous rock layers and replenishes its supply. What name is given to this layer of porous rock that can be tapped to produce artesian wells for supplying water? This layer is known as an aquifer. Question number 12. What is this process that reduces the size of fat globules by forcing pressurized hot milk through a strainer with small holes, causing turbulence that breaks up the larger fat globules? The answer is homogenization. Question number 13. The powerful leader of a criminal organization, especially in movies and television, is often referred to by what respectful term that originally indicated a man who sponsors a person at a baptism? This term is the Godfather. Question number 14. A cloud of ash circled the Earth when one of the most powerful volcanic eruptions in recorded history occurred on what small, uninhabited volcanic island east of Sumatra and west of Java on August 27, 1883? The answer is Krakatoa. Question 15. An iconic folk hero in American, Indigenous, and Canadian popular history, Shawnee Chief Tecumseh, died during fighting on the side of the British during which 19th century war? The answer is the War of 1812. Question number 16. It is the condition of visual impairment in which light rays from distant objects are focused in front of the retina instead of on it. What is the scientific name for this impairment that causes blurred distance vision? The answer is myopia. Question number 17. Although the flag wasn't officially adopted until 1968, what are the two types of animals that are featured on the national flag of Mexico that represent the legendary origins of the country's Aztec heritage? These questions are all starting to blur together. I swear we just had this one. The answer is the eagle and the snake. That sounds super familiar. Question number 18. At almost 440 feet above the water, it is the world's tallest steel arch bridge. Nicknamed the coat hanger because of its arched design, which steel arch bridge in Australia took 1,400 men 8 years to build? The answer is the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Question number 19. In 1814, after the British burned America's capital and the Library of Congress, what was the name of the man whose collection of books became the foundation of the present Library of Congress? The answer is Thomas Jefferson. And question 20, I know we've had this one before because I love it. What is the more common way to say the phrase, It is within the realm of possibility to escort Equus caballus to a site supplying a potable quantity of dihydrogen oxide. However, one cannot coerce said quadruped to imbibe. What's the more common quote? Another way to say that is, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. All right. Question number 1. Today, you can see their namesake on the jersey of an American professional football team. What term was given to the English pirates that harassed the 17th century Spanish colonies? The answer is buccaneers. Question number 2. Typically, it is made of diced apples, celery, and nuts dressed with mayonnaise. What is the name of the salad that was named after a famous hotel in New York City where it was first served? It was served at the Waldorf. It is the Waldorf salad. Question number 3. Tom Brady has been to 10 Super Bowls and has won 7 of them. Who is the only quarterback in the National Football League to have defeated Tom Brady in the Super Bowl twice? The only quarterback to beat him twice was Eli Manning. Question number 4. It begins with 2 friends trying to cure warts with a dead cat in a cemetery. What is the title of this 1876 novel where Muff Potter is wrongly accused of murder that was actually committed by Injun Joe? The answer is The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. If you just said Tom Sawyer, that's okay. Question number 5. This villain was extremely intelligent. Unlike most serial killers, he is capable of empathy, and it is this empathy that allowed him to mentor an FBI trainee named Clarice, even from behind the bars of his cell. What is the name of this fava beans and Chianti loving villain? The answer is Hannibal Lecter. Question number 6. Numerous artists have created masterpieces even despite serious physical handicaps. Who was the German composer and pianist that composed the large-scale choral symphony when he was totally deaf? The answer is Beethoven. Ludwig von Beethoven. Question number 7. Train's second studio album was released in 2001, and the album's title is derived from its lead single that says, "She acts like summer and she walks like rain, reminds me that there's a time to change." What planet is featured in the song and album titles? The planet we're looking for is Jupiter. The song and album is called Drops of Jupiter. Question number 8. People who are nearsighted are given lenses that are wider at the top and the bottom and then thinner in the center. What term is given for a lens in such a shape that looks like the inside of a sphere? The answer is concave. Question number 9. When they find a suitable hard surface, like a boat or a buoy, they permanently glue themselves to it by means of a gland in their heads. Small cirri protruding from their head help them to filter food. What is the common name for these small marine crustaceans? The ones that attach to boats and buoys are called barnacles. Question number 10. In Isaac Bashevis Singer's Stories for Children, this figure can allegedly change children into hedgehogs, rats, or frogs. This character flies in a mortar, wields a pestle, and steals little children. Who is this Slavic folk character that lives at a chicken-legged house? The answer is Baba Yaga. Question number 11. The only player in NBA history to have 2 jersey numbers retired with the same team. What basketball legend changed numbers from number 8 to number 24 midway through his career with the Los Angeles Lakers? The answer is Kobe Bryant. Question number 12. A master of the Baroque style and, along with Beethoven and Brahms, one of the 3 B's of classical music. Who is the popular German composer that wrote the collection called the Brandenburg Concertos? The answer is Johann Sebastian Bach. Bach is the name we're looking for. Question number 13. The film was the first to win all 5 major Academy Awards, including Best Picture. What was the title of the 1934 acclaimed romantic comedy directed by Frank Capra and starring Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert? The first to win the Big 5 was a movie called It Happened One Night. Question number 14. What is the title of the 1977 movie featuring Burt Reynolds, Jerry Reed, and Sally Field that involved the bootlegging of Coors beer from Texarkana to Atlanta in 28 hours and made the Pontiac Trans Am sports car wildly popular? The answer is Smokey and the Bandit. Question number 15. Constructed by the Israelites while they were camping out in the Sinai Desert, the Ark of the Covenant is a gold-plated wooden chest that, in Jewish and Christian tradition, held what religious relic? The answer is the 10 Commandments. Question number 16. This multifaceted couple could do it all, sing, dance, and act, making 10 movies together, including 1937's Shall We Dance and 1949's The Barclays of Broadway. Both went on to prolific solo movie careers as well. Who are they? This dancing duo is Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. Question number 17. A famous chorus named for these objects occurs in the opera Il Trovatore. In the opera Siegfried, the title character splits one of these in half with the sword Nothung. What are these tools made of heavy black iron upon which blacksmiths shape metal by hammering? This piece of heavy black iron is called an anvil. Question number 18. Some insiders claim he was intended to be a giant taste bud. Often featured in the classic McDonald's fast food television commercials, what was the name of the rotund, purple being of indeterminate species with short arms and legs, known for his slow-witted demeanor? This giant purple taste bud was called Grimace. Question number 19. What is the name of the chewy movie theater candies that were first introduced in 1940 that come in the regular flavor of original fruits as well as Berry Blast, Jolly Joe's, and Tropical Typhoon? The answer is Mike and Ike's. Question number 20. On display at Dublin's Trinity College, the Book of Kells is considered the most beautiful of illuminated manuscripts. Which 4 books of the Bible are decorated in the Book of Kells? The answer is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Question number 1. Although they worked together only once, this screen couple sizzled in the 1939 epic movie Gone with the Wind, which is still one of the most popular and most referenced movies ever made. What were the names of this pair of Hollywood heavyweights? The answer is Clark Gable and Vivian Leigh. Question number 2. Which Abraham Lincoln speech began, "All persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then, thenceforth, and forever free"? That's a mouthful. That was from his Emancipation Proclamation. Question number 3. He thought $1 million was a large ransom to demand, but remember, he'd been frozen for 30 years, and $1 million meant more back in the 1960s. What comical movie villain's go-to plan is just do what we always do: hijack some nuclear weapons and hold the world hostage? The answer is Dr. Evil. Question number 4. Specifically called the Siamese fighting fish, what is the common name of the freshwater fish native to Southeast Asia that can come in many colors, including speckled or pure purple, that is a popular pet for beginning and experienced aquarists alike? The Siamese fighting fish is better known as the betta. Question number 5. Native to the Mediterranean and Middle East regions, coriander is widely cultivated in many places worldwide for its culinary uses. What is the Spanish term for this feathery annual plant of the parsley family that is also called Chinese parsley? In North America, we know it as cilantro. Question number 6. Auto workers did a sit-down version of one of these work stoppages in 1937 at Chevrolet. What is the name given to one of these protests where the workers show up but refuse to do their daily tasks? The answer is a strike. Question number 7. What is the name of the former automobile brand that was a division of the Ford Motor Company and released SUV models such as the Mariner and the Mountaineer, and minivan models like the Monterey and the Villager? The Mariner and the Mountaineer were from Mercury. Question number 8. Nicknamed The Voice, she is one of the best-selling music artists of all time with over 200 million records sold worldwide. What was the name of the American singer and actress who played the fairy godmother in the 1997 version of Cinderella starring Brandy? If you remember that version, you remember that Whitney Houston was the fairy godmother. Question number 9. Frank Borman, James Lovell, and William Anders were the first 3 astronauts to personally witness and photograph the dark side of the moon. What was the name of their ship, the first manned spacecraft to orbit the moon? The answer is Apollo 8. Question number 10. He was the 6th Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court who presided over Andrew Johnson's impeachment trial in 1868, and his portrait was on the $10,000 bill until it was discontinued in 1969. Who was this governor of Ohio that became the Secretary of the Treasury in 1861? The answer is Salmon Chase. Question number 11. A body has 12 canals related to vital organs. Piercing the canals with small needles permits the escape of bad secretions and restores the body's overall equilibrium. To what medical procedure was Shen Nung referring to in this passage written in 2700 BC? He was talking about acupuncture. Question number 12. Of the inner planets, it has the greatest inclination of its axis of rotation. The same planet also has the lowest average density and the lowest average temperature. What is this planet named after the Roman god of war? The answer is Mars. Question number 13. Contrasted with poisons, which make bad things happen when they are eaten or absorbed through the skin, this is usually transmitted by a bite or a sting. What is this toxin present in mambas and cobras? The answer is venom. Question number 14. The standard form of this language has Sephardic vowel sounds, Ashkenazic consonant sounds, and Yiddish influence. Containing the letters Ayin, Tav, Daleth, and Bet in its alphabet, what language is spoken among Jews? I apologize for the mispronunciation. The answer is Hebrew, and I don't speak it. Question number 15. What was the name of the American sailor hired by the British to fight pirates, who instead became a pirate and returned to New York with treasure, was arrested, sent to England for trial, and then hanged in 1701? His name was Captain Kidd, Captain William Kidd. Question number 16. Nicolas Cage helped Johnny Depp get an audition with legendary film director Wes Craven, and that audition led to him being cast in his first film ever. What 1984 hit horror movie was Johnny Depp's first big screen appearance? The answer is Nightmare on Elm Street. Question number 17. He was called the Golden Greek because he made millions in the tobacco import business by 1930. What is the name of the billionaire who married President Kennedy's widow? The answer is Aristotle Onassis. Question number 18. It is characterized by fever, headache, pain in the loins, and a rash on the peripheral parts of the body. Known scientifically by the name variola, a vaccine for this disease was discovered in 1796 in England. What is the name of this disease eradicated thanks to Edward Jenner? The answer is smallpox. Question number 19. He had the longest reign of any English king at just under 60 years. What is the name of this Hanoverian, the tyrant against whom the American colonies rebelled? The answer is George III. Question number 20. October 4th, 1957 was the day the space age officially started with the launching of a Russian spacecraft. What was the name of this apparatus that became the Earth's first artificial satellite? Be specific. The answer is Sputnik. I guess Sputnik 1. Sputnik counts because Sputnik would be Sputnik 1. But Sputnik 1, then there were multiple Sputniks after that. But Sputnik started it all. That's it for today. Question number 1. In 1865, William Booth founded what evangelistic and social work organization in the East End of London, England? Still around today. The answer is the Salvation Army. Question number 2. What is a single strand of spaghetti called? I just learned that today. The answer is a spaghetto. A spaghetto is what you call a single strand of spaghetti. Question number 3. If you tipped 20% on a $15 bill, how much would the tip be? $20 is 1/5. 1/5 of 15 is 3. The answer, $3. Question number 4. In the FM system of radio translation, the M stands for modulation. What is the F that is being modulated? The answer is frequency. Question number 5. Named for a Sanskrit word meaning abode of snow. What is the name of the mountain range near the Tibetan Plateau that includes both K2 and Mount Everest? Abode of snow is the Himalayas. Question number 6. What is the name for traditional Spanish rattles that are made from dry gourds filled with seeds? Those dried gourds filled with seeds are called maracas. Question number 7. Which letter is the representative letter for the number 50 when writing in Roman numerals? The answer is L. Question number 8. The highest peak in the world is Mount Everest, located on the border of China and Nepal. The highest waterfall in the world is Angel Falls, located in what country? Angel Falls is in Venezuela. Question number 9. Both super successful, but which one of the Williams sisters has won more Grand Slam titles in tennis? Venus or Serena? We don't do many 50-50 questions, but the answer of this one is Serena. Question number 10. Starchild, Demon, Spaceman or Space Ace, and Catman are the onstage personas of what popular rock band? The answer is Kiss. Question number 11. In 1953, Sir Edmund Hillary became the first to climb to the top of Mount Everest. What was the name of the Sherpa who was with him? The answer is Tenzing Norgay. Question number 12. What phase is the moon said to be in when it progresses from full moon to new moon? It is the opposite of waxing. Opposite of waxing is waning. Question number 13. A triangle with all three sides congruent is called an equilateral triangle. What do we call a triangle with no sides congruent? The answer is scalene. Question number 14. Regarded as one of the most influential authors of all time, what ancient poet wrote the epics The Iliad and the Odyssey? The answer is Homer. Question number 15. It was established in 1842 in New York City. What is the name of the United States' first permanent symphony orchestra? The answer is the Philharmonic. Question number 16. What is the name of the legendary elf who is said to paint ice patterns on window panes in the wintertime? The answer is Jack Frost. Question number 17. Chosen by the crowd, what was the name of the robber that Pontius Pilate pardoned before the feast of Passover instead of Jesus? The answer is Barabbas. Question number 18. The Crucible, The Misfits, and Death of a Salesman are all plays written by what Pulitzer Prize-winning dramatist? The answer is Arthur Miller. Question number 19. What are the names of the three title characters in Alexander Dumas's The Three Musketeers? What are the three musketeers' first names? The answer is Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. And question 20. In the Christian church calendar, what is the term for the period of the year that begins on Ash Wednesday and ends about 40 days later on Easter Sunday? The answer is Lent. Question number 1. He was born in Scotland in 1736, and not only did he coin the word horsepower, but the System International Unit of Power is named after him. What is the name of this inventor of the steam engine? The answer is James Watt. Question number 2. Since uranium had been named after the planet Uranus and neptunium after the planet Neptune, element 94 was named what, since its namesake was still considered to be a planet as well? Uranium, neptunium, and plutonium. Question number 3. The world's oldest novel was written in this country during the Heian era of the 11th century and is called The Tale of Genji. What is the name of this country, the home of the author Lady Murasaki? The country we're looking for is Japan. Question number 4. Although it is not the case in the Percy Jackson version of the Olympian universe, in the classical Greek mythology version, what happened to a mortal who ate ambrosia, the food usually presented in small cubes that was eaten by the gods? If a mortal ate ambrosia, he would become immortal. Question number 5. Surviving a shipwreck by clinging to a floating coffin, what is the name of the fictional character created by the author Herman Melville in the great sea epic Moby Dick? Which character survived? The answer is Ishmael. Question number 6. With over 90 million records sold, what 1970 band that spanned the musical genres of R&B, soul, funk, jazz, disco pop, and afro pop are one of the most commercially successful acts in history thanks to songs like Let's Groove and September? The answer is Earth, Wind, and Fire. Question number 7. Also called kinetic art, what is the name given to the type of sculptures that Alexander Calder made, characterized by an ability to move by touch or by using air currents? The answer is mobiles. Question number 8. In 1519, he set sail from Cuba despite the cancellation of his commission by Velázquez. What was the name of this Aztec conqueror who sailed along the Yucatan and subjugated Tabasco, filling the natives with awe because they believed him to be the god Quetzalcoatl? This conqueror's name was Hernando Cortez. Question number 9. The one built between Honshu and Awaji Island in Japan spans more than a mile. The Brooklyn Bridge was the longest when it was built in 1883. What is this type of bridge that uses cables hung from towers? If you know your bridge types, you know that cables hung from towers is a suspension bridge. Question number 10. The tea is mixed with milk or fruits and topped with chewy tapioca pearls. Bubble tea, also known as pearl milk tea, boba milk tea, or simply boba, is a drink that was invented in what country in the 1980s? Boba tea is from Taiwan. Question number 11. Some contain living, attenuated infectious organisms. Others contain dead infectious agents. Still others contain soluble toxins of microorganisms. What are these substances collectively called that establish resistance to infectious diseases? Those are all descriptions of vaccines. Question number 12. Although it seems to be a natural regulator of breathing, breathing it directly is a common cause of asphyxiation. What is the name of this two-atom molecule that can be produced in faulty furnaces? The answer is carbon monoxide. Question 13. Around the world in 80 days, Journey to the Center of the Earth, The Mysterious Island, and 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea are all novels by what French author that have been made into action-adventure films? The answer is Jules Verne. Question number 14. Forbes magazine estimated that he was ahead of Daddy Warbucks and just behind Santa Claus in the wealth of literary characters. His girlfriend is Gloria Glad and Irona is his robot bodyguard. What comic book character did Macaulay Culkin portray in a 1994 film? The answer is Richie Rich. Question 15. Rivers in this state include the Big Black and Yazoo. It was second to secede from the Union after South Carolina, and the author William Faulkner wrote about it. What is this Gulf Coast state with its capital at Jackson? The answer is Mississippi. Question 16. A spire was added to the top of this beautiful New York building late in its construction, so it would become the tallest building in the world. What was the name of this building that only held the distinction for a few months until the construction of the Empire State Building was completed in 1931? Before the Empire State Building, it was the Chrysler Building that was the tallest building in the world. Question number 17. If you sailed from Trieste to Corfu, you would cross the Adriatic Sea. What is the name of the sea that you would be crossing if you went from Helsinki to Copenhagen? The answer is the Baltic Sea. Question number 18. This mythological figure was king of the Myrmidons and was the greatest Greek hero of the Trojan War, partly because, except for one spot on his body, he was invulnerable. What is the name of this hero, killed by an arrow which struck his lower leg? The answer is Achilles. Question number 19. It is a type of dessert or candy of French origin, traditionally made from whipped egg whites and sugar, and occasionally an acidic ingredient such as lemon, vinegar, or cream of tartar. What is the name of this popular, chewy dessert topping often found on pie? This pie topping we're looking for is meringue. And question 20. He was the fifth batter of the ninth inning. Cooney and Burrows were out, but Flynn and Blake got hits, causing the crowd to hope their hero could save the day. Who was this man who did strike out, causing Mudville to lose the game in an Ernest Thayer poem? There was no joy in Mudville because Mighty Casey struck out. Casey is the answer. Question number 1. Based on traditions that originated on the island of Trinidad, what is the name of the competitive acrobatic dance in which a dancer bends backward from the knees and moves under a horizontal pull at progressively lower heights? Popular at parties and roller skating rinks, the answer is limbo. Question number 2. When the sun flew too close to the sun, it caused him to fall to his death. What are the names of the mythological father and son pair who made wings of wax and then flew with them? the father and son pair was Daedalus and Icarus. Question number 3. In 1922, an English archaeologist named Howard Carter and his patron, Lord Carnarvon, discovered one of the richest finds in history. After years of research and work in the field, what did these two men find? Howard Carter famously discovered King Tut's tomb. Question number 4. In Mexico it is called Vas o no vas. South Korea has a version called Yes or No. The French show's title translates as Take It or Leave It. What is this game show called in America, where contestants choose from 26 cases, hosted by Howie Mandel? The answer is Deal or No Deal. Question number 5. He died at just 35, but during his short lifetime, this composer wrote over 600 works. What is the name of this man who composed the unfinished Requiem Mass, the Jupiter Symphony, and the operas Don Giovanni, The Magic Flute, and The Marriage of Figaro? The composer we're looking for is Mozart. Question number 6. She was a major figure in America's fight for national women's suffrage. What was the name of this main subject of Virgil Thomson's 1940s two-act opera called The Mother of Us All? The answer is Susan B. Anthony. Question number 7. Its name means pipe in German, and the term also refers to a region of eastern Scotland. What is the name of this high-pitched flute which is often associated with military music? The answer is the fife. Question number 8. In Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, the gardeners, soldiers, courtiers, and the royal family were all represented by different playing card suits. To which suit did the queen and her family belong to? The answer is hearts. She was the Queen of Hearts. Question number 9. The campaign was also the first to be aimed directly at children. Before this, commercials were only targeted at adults, including toy advertisements. But on April 30th, 1952, what popular toy became the first toy advertised on television? The answer is Mr. Potato Head. Question number 10. In The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Slarty Bartfest said he won an award for designing these structures. What do Norwegians call these deep grooves cut into the coastline by prehistoric glaciers that are now filled with seawater? The term we're looking for is fjords. Question 11. The Gregorian and the Casagranian types use mirrors and are reflecting, while the Galilean and the Keplerian types use lenses and are refracting. What is this instrument whose catadioptric type uses a combination of both lenses and mirrors? The answer is telescopes. Question number 12. In this stage, the chromosomes of a cell are arranged on the equatorial plane of the spindle. The centromere of each pair of twin chromatids splits, and each chromatid becomes an independent chromosome. What is this stage of mitosis between prophase and anaphase? There's a brainy question for your Brainy Tuesday. The answer is metaphase. Between prophase and anaphase is metaphase. Question number 13. At the end of the movie The Wizard of Oz, one of the characters misquotes the Pythagorean theorem, and while the error reflects the screenwriters, it was what character who will be remembered for actually saying it? He got a new brain, but it didn't work. The answer is the Scarecrow. Question number 14. In Spanish, this term was the cowboy's procedure for collecting cattle, such as moving them to a new pasture. It is now the official sport of Wyoming. What is this term that now means a competition that includes barrel racing, steer wrestling, and goat tying? The Spanish word we're looking for is rodeo. Question number 15. As the story goes, this activity became a bona fide baseball tradition in 1910 when President Taft first participated. What is the three-word name for the specific time during a baseball game when "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" is sung? That song is sung during the 7th inning stretch. Question number 16. Starring Matthew Broderick, what 1986 film involves Sloane Peterson, Cameron Fry, and the title character visiting Wrigley Field and the Sears Tower while playing hooky from school? The answer is Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Question number 17. A successor of the Office of Strategic Services, men like Allen Dulles, George H.W. Bush, George Tenet, and Porter Goss all at one time have led what United States government agency? At one time, each one of those men have been in charge of the CIA. Question number 18. The Romans built many of these to bring water from the outside sources into their cities and towns. What is the term for these structures that supplied public baths, latrines, fountains, and private households, as well as mining operations, milling, farms, and gardens? The term we're looking for is an aqueduct. Question 19. Although he is barely mentioned in the classical Hindu scriptures, the Vedas, this god has risen to a place in Hinduism's top 3. His interactions with man are told of in the Mahabharata. Who is this god who preserves the universe and appears regularly in material forms called avatars? The answer is Vishnu. And question 20. In 1420, this dynasty moved the capital to Beijing from Nanking and began building the Forbidden City under the Emperor Yongle. What was this dynasty in China, famous for its vases, that was replaced by the Manchu Qing dynasty? As a general rule, if the question has something about Chinese vases, the answer is the Ming Dynasty. Question number 1. In 1903, Cassius Marcellus Coolidge painted a series of 16 oil paintings to advertise cigars of what anthropomorphized animals seated around a card table? You'd recognize them if you saw them. Those were dogs. The dogs playing poker. Question number 2. Due to tensions originated on long-standing differences over territorial expansion in North America, the United States declared war on which country in 1812? The answer is the United Kingdom. Question number 3. Which Nordic island nation has 130 volcanoes, it has no mosquitoes or snakes, no McDonald's restaurants, and elected the world's first female president? The answer is Iceland. Question number 4. What book, first published on August 27th of 1955, began as an idea conceived by Sir Hugh Beaver to solve trivia questions among bar patrons? The answer is the Guinness Book of World Records. Question number 5. What large tropical seabird, known for its red-footed and blue-footed species, shares its name with the prize given as a joke to the last place finisher in a competition? That would be the red-footed and the blue-footed booby. Booby is the answer. Question number 6. The founder wanted the brand name easily pronounceable and also thought that the name was onomatopoeic, sounding like a watch being wound. What company founded in 1905 has a logo with a pointed crown? That company is Rolex. Question number 7. What type of plant can be a Boston, Creepy Charlie, or poison? Poison, Creepy Charlie, or Boston are all types of ivy. Question number 8. After the success of the novel Carrie, what was Stephen King's first hardback bestseller that centered on a struggling writer and recovering alcoholic who accepts a position as a caretaker in a hotel in the Colorado Rockies? I didn't read the book, but the movie scared the heck out of me. The answer is The Shining. Question number 9. Harry Styles' musical career began in 2010 as a part of what boy band that was formed after each member had been eliminated on the British music competition series The X Factor? That boy band was called One Direction. Question number 10. In the 1981 Donkey Kong arcade game, what was Mario's original name due to his love of leaping onto Goomba heads and across moving platforms? Originally, Mario was called Jumpman. Question number 11. NASCAR was founded by Bill France Sr. in 1948 and annually sanctions over 1,500 races in 48 U.S. states and other countries. What does NASCAR stand for? The answer is the National Association of Stock Car Auto Racing. Question number 12. What 2019 film directed by Jon Favreau is a remake of Disney's 1994 film of the same name about a young prince who must embrace his role as the rightful king following the murder of his father by his uncle? That is the storyline of The Lion King. Question number 13. Which child star, best known for his first movie role, was the first to receive a $1 million paycheck for his role in My Girl? Most famous for Home Alone, Macaulay Culkin made $1 million for his role in My Girl. Question number 14. What Oscar-winning adaptation of a Broadway musical follows a poor milkman determined to find good husbands for his 5 daughters who tries to maintain the balance of life in his family and his village, Anatevka? The answer is Fiddler on the Roof. Question 15. Vihoephobia is the fear of doing what, usually caused by a traumatic experience or event that causes anxiety in the person? Vihoephobia. The fear of driving, specifically driving a motor vehicle. Question 16. What was invented in 1890 by Alexander Godfrey that was originally a large seated version where the woman sat under a bonnet that is attached to the chimney pipe of a gas stove? That was an early and much more dangerous version of the hair dryer. Question 17. In the famous Titanic scene where Jack sketches Rose wearing only the Heart of the Ocean necklace, who actually did the sketch? It wasn't Leonardo DiCaprio. She was actually sketched by James Cameron, the director of the movie. Question 18. What is the term for an African philosophy that places emphasis on being human through other people and has been succinctly reflected in the phrase, "I am what I am because of who we all are"? This philosophy is Ubuntu. Question number 19. In 1953, Ray Bradbury wrote a novel originally titled The Fireman, where books were banned and firemen burned any books they found. What was the title changed to when released? Now we know it as Fahrenheit 451. And question 20. What country is the largest producer of wheat, with 17% of the global total, and is also the world's largest consumer of wheat? The country we're looking for is China. Question number 1. He becomes trapped in a cave while retrieving an object for a magician. In one version of the story, he humbly asks for food with his first wish. Who is this character in an Arabic fairy tale that finds a wonderful lamp? I guess we're getting started with an easy one today. The answer is Aladdin. Question number 2. In Sonnets from the Portuguese, published in 1850, what are the next 5 words following Elizabeth Barrett Browning's most famous line for sonnet number 43, "How do I love thee?" It goes, "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways." Question number 3. His tales were published as the Book of Marvels, written after the Genoese army imprisoned him. Who is this 13th century Venetian traveler who visited the court of Kublai Khan? The answer is Marco Polo. Question number 4. According to some reports, the 1938 radio broadcast of War of the Worlds triggered nationwide panic with its fictional account of a Martian landing. What narrator, with a similar last name as the novel's author, delivered the broadcast? We know the author's name is H.G. Wells. The narrator was Orson Welles. Question number 5. His stories put men and dogs against the frozen wilderness, as in his short story To Build a Fire. His most famous novel was the 1903 adventure tale The Call of the Wild. What is the name of this writer? The answer is Jack London. Question number 6. This wind instrument has a globe-shaped body and a whistle-like mouthpiece, and usually has 10 finger holes. In the United States, the sweet potato is the colloquial nickname for what instrument that was also featured in a popular Zelda video game? The video game was called Ocarina of Time. The answer is an ocarina. Question number 7. The novel tells the story of a livestock pig and his friendship with a barn spider named Charlotte. What's the name of the terrific, radiant, and humble pig in the 1952 E.B. White book, Charlotte's Web? I put this one in because the last time I played live trivia, I said Babe, and that was the wrong pig. The answer is Wilbur. Question number 8. Home to many universities and Buddhist temples, what is the name of the city located on the island of Honshu, whose name is Japanese for capital city, due to the fact it was the capital of Japan for over 2,000 years? The answer is Kyoto. Question number 9. He was also the part owner of a store which sold multiple items such as liquor, bacon, firearms, and honey. What was the name of the only president of the United States that was a licensed bartender before becoming president? A lot of them probably dabbled in the alcoholic arts, but only Abraham Lincoln was a certified bartender. Question number 10. He helped draft the U.S. Constitution and served as the first Secretary of the Treasury. In 1804, he was challenged to a duel by Aaron Burr, who blamed him for Burr's failure to win a gubernatorial election. Burr won the duel, killing what founding father? The answer is Alexander Hamilton. Question number 11. The opposite of this type of reaction is called exothermic. The dissolving of salt in water is an example of what kind of reaction in which heat is absorbed from the surroundings? The opposite of exothermic is endothermic. Question number 12. Filmed across Los Angeles, exterior shots for the movie Grease were taken at the real-life Venice High School, Huntington Park High School, and John Marshall High School. What was the name of the fictional high school that Danny Zuko and Sandy Olsen attended in the movie? The movie was set at Rydell High. Question 13. After Han Solo's capture, Boba Fett transported the carbonite-frozen rebel to Jabba the Hutt's custody at his palace on Tatooine. What was the name of Boba Fett's Firespray 31 class patrol and attack craft used to make the delivery? Give me the name of Boba Fett's ship. The answer is the Slave One. Question 14. The movie Napoleon Dynamite was filmed there. What is the name of the U.S. state whose largest cities are Pocatello and Boise, and is well known for growing potatoes? This one's probably pretty easy for American trivia players and maybe a little more difficult for international, but our state known for growing potatoes is Idaho. Question 15. Hole man, driver, lead brake, ball under, 4-meter, and wet pass are common terms from what rugged aquatic sport that was introduced to America in 1888 by English swimming instructor John Robinson? The answer is water polo. Question 16. Reese Witherspoon plays the character nicknamed Felony Melanie by a hometown chum. She charmed audiences in this 2002 movie about a New York fashion designer who came home to deal with her past. What is the title of this film, which is also a hit for the band Lynyrd Skynyrd? The answer is Freebird. Just kidding. It's Sweet Home Alabama. Question 17. It's located near a branch of the Brazos River and was settled in 1879 by Quakers and served as a large trade center for cotton and grain for Texas and New Mexico. What is this northern Texas city that is home to Texas Tech University? The answer is Lubbock, Texas. Question 18. What Nicholas Sparks book is set in North Carolina and tells the story of a young socialite and her longtime crush that was made into a 2004 movie starring Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams? And it won the MTV Movie Award for Best Kiss of the Year. Little third hint for you. The answer, the name of that movie, was The Notebook. Question 19. The oldest continuously operating chocolate maker in America. What is the name of the chocolatier that is named after an Italian candy maker based in San Francisco that makes rich, delicious chocolate famously sold in squares? The rest of the world sells it in rectangles, but Ghirardelli sells their chocolate in squares. Question number 20. Born in Chester, Illinois in 1894, Elzie Chrysler Seeger created a cartoon character based upon a local scrapper named Frank or Rocky Friegel. What is the name of this lovable character whose girlfriend was named Olive Oil? Olive Oil's boyfriend's name was Popeye. Alright, that is it for today. Thank you for watching today's episode of ROADTRIpVIA. Check back tomorrow. Tomorrow is the weekend, so we'll be doing 2 pit stop trivia quizzes. Day number 189 will be first one tomorrow on Saturday, and then episode 190 will also be a pit stop, but it was submitted by Dave and Jeannie Junkins. You know that name. They've submitted as many quizzes this year as I have, so it's going to be a good one. We've got a good weekend ahead of us, and then we're back on the road on Monday with regular length trivia. If you've made it this far in the video and you enjoy this format of trivia, consider subscribing to the channel and following along. New quizzes every single day. Here's question 21, the tiebreaker for today's quiz. 0 Kelvin is known as absolute zero. On the Fahrenheit scale, absolute zero equals negative 459 degrees. What is absolute zero on the Celsius scale? We're looking for a number. Whichever player gets closest to that number is going to win the point. Absolute zero on Fahrenheit, negative 459 degrees. Absolute zero on the Celsius scale is negative 273. That's it for today. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow. Hello and welcome back to ROADTRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's episode is day number 186 of the 365-day trivia road trip. Today we have a 21-question random knowledge trivia quiz. There's 20 questions up front and a question 21 tiebreaker at the end of the video if you need to stick around for that. I just left the dentist and my mouth feels a little funny, so if I sound funny today, that's all it is. Question number 1. The phrase literally means by grating in French, or with a crust. What is the 2-word phrase for when you cook a dish and you sprinkle it with breadcrumbs and brown the top in a hot oven? This 2-word phrase is au gratin. Question number 2. This word has 2 meanings. As a verb, it means to shudder or tremble. As a noun, it names the container in which an archer carries his arrows. What is this word that we're looking for? The answer is quiver. Question number 3. Invoking Solomon's wisdom, Hercules' strength, Atlas's stamina, Zeus's power, Achilles' courage, and Mercury's speed. What word does Billy Batson use to change himself into Captain Marvel? The answer is Shazam. Question number 4. This is the type of tree that American Indians commonly used to craft their canoes because it was lightweight, waterproof, and strong. What were these trees that share their name with a one-word titled 1915 Robert Frost poem? The answer is birches. Question number 5. What popular television show's best-known episodes include Mirror Mirror, The Corbomite Maneuver, The City on the Edge of Forever, and Where No Man Has Gone Before? The answer is Star Trek. Question number 6. On a 2000 album, they sang about a last beautiful girl and a mad season. Another album is called More Than You Think You Are. Who is this group with a number in their name? We're looking for the name of this musical group. The answer is Matchbox 20. Question number 7. What is the name of the heavily forested mountain range that lies between the Missouri and Arkansas rivers that is located within the states of Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Illinois, and Kansas? The answer is the Ozark Mountains. Question number 8. Used historically, it referred specifically to a ruler of one of the principal native states of India. What is this term from the Sanskrit language that serves as the title of a Hindu prince that ranks above a Raja? Above a Raja is a Maharaja. Question number 9. The Mistral is a wind that pours down the lower Rhone River valley of what country and then out through the gap between the Alps and the Pyrenees toward the Mediterranean Sea? The answer is France. Question number 10. He was a handsome sailor who struck and inadvertently killed his false accuser, Master-at-Arms John Claggart. What was the name of this titular seaman in an unfinished work by Herman Melville? The answer is Billy Budd. Question number 11. Though this German chemist developed the spectroscope and a version of the electrochemical battery, what was the last name of the man who is best remembered for a burner to heat and set fire to chemicals that is now named after him? The answer is Bunsen, Robert Bunsen. Question number 12. A fictional character in William Goldman's 1973 novel The Princess Bride. If he ever found the six-fingered man, he knew exactly what he was going to say. In both the book and the movie, which character was originally from Spain but now resided in the fictional country of Florin? The answer is Inigo Montoya. Question number 13. A natural one is when a player scores 3 consecutive goals in a game. But what is the general term in hockey when a player scores 3 goals at any time in a game? Three goals in a game is called a hat trick. Question 14. A popular Dairy Queen item in which the soft serve ice cream is mechanically blended with mix-in ingredients such as pieces of cookies, brownies, or candy. What is the name of this staple menu item that was first introduced in 1985? The answer is the Blizzard. Question number 15. This city was also called Ilium and was located on the northwestern corner of present-day Turkey. What was the name of this ancient city that was destroyed when its citizens accepted the unassuming gift of a horse? It wasn't just any horse, it was a wooden horse. That city is Troy. Question number 16. If you leave Japan on Sunday morning, you can arrive in Alaska on Saturday night. That is because traveling east from Japan, you cross what line that closely follows 180 degrees longitude? The answer is the International Dateline. Question number 17. In 1957, the USSR launched the first artificial satellite, Sputnik 1, into orbit. It beeped for 3 weeks before its batteries ran out, then orbited silently for another 2 months before falling into the atmosphere. What does Sputnik mean in English? The answer is fellow traveler, or co-wayfarer. Question number 18. He was known for reorganizing businesses to make them more profitable. He reorganized several major railroads and became a powerful railroad magnate. What American banker also financed industrial consolidations that formed General Electric, U.S. Steel, and International Harvester? The answer is J.P. Morgan. Question 19. Starring Leonardo DiCaprio in a dual role as the title character and villain, what 1998 movie, based on an Alexandre Dumas novel, centers on the aging 4 musketeers, Athos, Porthos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan, during the reign of King Louis XIV and a mysterious prisoner? The answer is The Man in the Iron Mask. And question 20. The original was a short street near Trafalgar Square, while the new one was built close by on the Thames Embankment near Westminster Bridge. What is the name of this headquarters of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Metropolitan Police? Sherlock Holmes fans will know it is the Scotland Yard. Question number 1. The 7th day of what month in 1941 was a date which will live in infamy, because it was the month during World War II in which Pearl Harbor, on the island of Oahu, Hawaii, was bombed by the Japanese? Which month was it? The answer is December. Question number 2. This river runs through the 4th circle of Dante's Inferno and fully submerges the Sullen. What is the name of this river, ferried by Chiron, in which Achilles was dipped to give him invulnerability? The river we're looking for is the River Styx. Question number 3. In one Jewish tradition, this woman, and not Eve, was Adam's first wife. She was banished from the Garden of Eden for not complying and obeying Adam. What is the name of this woman who became a demon? The answer is Lilith. Question number 4. In his 1872 semi-autobiographical book called Roughing It, Mark Twain met with what religious leader who bemoaned the fact that he had so many wives who were all jealous and argumentative? In that book, Mark Twain met with Brigham Young. Question number 5. Her favorite teacher is Miss Honey. Her least favorite headmistress is Agatha Trunchbull. What is the name of this title character of a Roald Dahl work who has the power to make inanimate objects move? The answer is Matilda. Question number 6. Its soundtrack included songs called Southampton, Rose, An Ocean of Memories, and The Sinking. What is this 1997 film that also included Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On? This movie was called Titanic. Question number 7. Common in the southern U.S., these savory balls of fried cornmeal dough are often served with fried fish. One theory of how they got what name is that people gave these treats to their dogs to keep them quiet while the humans were cooking or eating. Those tasty little buggers are called hush puppies. Question number 8. From at least the early 16th century, Basra has been one of the principal port cities in the Persian Gulf. The modern port of Basra began operations in 1919 in Basra City. What country is Basra City located in? Basra City is located in Iraq. Question number 9. The event supposedly took place on June 26, 1284, when a musician marched into the Weser River taking all of the town's rats with him. Who was this player who threatened to take the village's children for non-payment? The answer is the Pied Piper. Question number 10. This three-word Latin phrase is the title of an album by Ja Rule. What is this phrase uttered by Caesar after his victory at the Battle of Zela, which means, I came, I saw, I conquered? The answer is Veni, Vidi, Vici. Question number 11. Botany is the branch of science dealing with the study of plants. Zoology is a branch of science that deals with the study of animals. What branch of science involves the study of fossils? The answer is paleontology. Question number 12. In an effort to curtail crime and increase taxable revenue, in 1933, what amendment to the United States Constitution was passed and ratified, ending national prohibition and legalizing alcohol sales once again? That would be the 21st Amendment. Question 13. While it is not the capital, it is the most populous city in the country of Morocco. What is the name of the port city and commercial hub with a population of almost 3.5 million people? The answer is Casablanca. Question number 14. Although it had a much smaller budget than the original movie, it is one of the most popular sequels and is credited by some as having saved the franchise. Released in 1982 and starring Ricardo Montalban as the bad guy, what was the subtitle of Star Trek II? That would be The Wrath of Khan. Question number 15. Adapted from the James Thurber short story, what was the title of the 2013 movie directed by and starring Ben Stiller, where he plays a man on an adventure who longboards down a windy road towards a volcano in Iceland? The answer is The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Great movie. Question number 16. One made his breakthrough in 1985's The Goonies, the other in 1986's Lucas. What were the last names of these two Coreys who starred together in The Lost Boys and Blown Away? Those Coreys were Corey Feldman and Corey Haim. Question 17. Some of the chief battles were at Alma, Inkerman, and the famous Siege of Sevastopol, and it was the scene of Florence Nightingale's heroic activities as a nurse. What was this war against Russia, which lasted between 1854 and 56, and also included the Battle of Balaclava? That was the Crimean War. Question 18. In countries that are classified as constitutional monarchies, like the United Kingdom, the actual power to govern is in the hands of the legislative bodies of government called what? The governing power is in the parliaments of those countries. Parliaments is the answer. Question number 19. The title of a different poem and rhyming with nevermore. What is the name of the beloved woman remembered in Edgar Allan Poe's 1845 narrative poem, The Raven? So it's the title of another one of his poems, but it's also the beloved woman in his The Raven. Her name was Lenore. And question 20. This fruit's name is derived from Latin for seeded apple, and indeed it is chock full of seeds. In fact, the seeds are the only edible part. They can be eaten as is or used for juice. Grown in all four hemispheres, what is this national fruit of Iran called? The fruit we're looking for is the pomegranate. Question number 1. In the 1998 movie The Big Lebowski, what drink does the cowboy order from the bar in the bowling alley? A popular cowboy drink, it is a sarsaparilla. Question number 2. He was born Thomas Lanier, but what dramatist of Cat on a Hot Tin Roof and The Glass Menagerie changed his first name to a state while in his 20s? That state was Tennessee, his name, Tennessee Williams. Question number 3. The single most powerful device ever deployed on Earth. What was the name of the most powerful nuclear bomb that created the largest human-made explosion in history? That was the Tsar Bomba. Question number 4. Which word from the Sanskrit for thinker identifies a hymn or a passage of a text from the Veda that is chanted or intoned as a prayer? This hymn or passage is a mantra. Question number 5. We don't have the best view of it from Earth, but if we could view it from further away, we'd see that the Milky Way galaxy has what shape? The answer is spiral. It is a spiral galaxy. Question number 6. What American folk rock duo had major hits like The Sound of Silence, Mrs. Robinson, and Bridge Over Troubled Water? The answer is Simon and Garfunkel. Question number 7. What was the name of the successful pop group in the late 1950s formed by brothers Barry, Robin, and Maurice Gibb? The brothers Gibb were the Bee Gees. Question number 8. Originally created as a mixer for Old Taylor bourbon, what lemon-lime flavored soda was named after a reference to moonshine? The answer, Mountain Dew. Question number 9. On Earth, his name is Clark Kent, but the name given to Superman at birth by his biological parents on the planet Krypton was what? They named him Kal-El. Question number 10. Dating back to a concert in the mid-80s, the term parrot head is usually defined as someone who is a fan of the music and lifestyle of what rocker? A parrot head is a fan of Jimmy Buffett. Hey, that's the end of question 10. That means we're halfway through episode 182, and if my math is correct, 182 and a half is exactly halfway through the year. Congratulations. Question 11. To which genus and species does man belong? The genus and the species are the Homo sapiens. Question number 12. What popular soft drink was invented at Waco's Old Corner Drugstore in Texas by a pharmacist named Dr. Charles Alderton? The answer is Dr. Pepper. Question 13. Ernest Hemingway's 1952 book, The Old Man and the Sea, takes place in what country? The answer is Cuba. Question 14. The namesake of an equilibrium in game theory, what Princeton mathematician was the subject of the 2001 film A Beautiful Mind starring Russell Crowe? A Beautiful Mind starred Russell Crowe as John Nash. Question 15. First appearing in the 1940s, what Looney Tunes character always thinks he saw a putty tat? The answer is Tweety Bird. Question number 16. Named after a German scientist from the early 1900s, what does a Geiger counter measure? The answer is radiation. Question 17. In the original Knight Rider TV series, what did the acronym KIT stand for when referring to the modified 1982 Pontiac Trans Am? KIT, K-I-T-T, stood for Knight Industries 2000. Question 18. After Cain killed Abel in Genesis, God sent Adam and Eve a new son. What was his name? The answer is Seth. Question number 19. In National Lampoon's Vacation, the Griswolds head across the country in their station wagon towards which fictional theme park? The answer is Wally World. And question 20. In Disney's 1995 film Pocahontas, what was the name of the actor who did both the speaking parts and the singing for the character John Smith? I think we've had a question like this before. The answer is Mel Gibson. But every time I see that question, or every time it pops up at a trivia game, it always catches me off guard. Question number 1. In Texas Hold'em poker, what is considered the worst possible starting hand? What is the worst hand you can start with in poker? It is a 7 and a 2 that are unsuited. 7 deuce. Question number 2. The mid-ocean ridge is the longest mountain range on Earth, but it's in the ocean. What is the longest mountain chain on land on Earth? The answer is the Andes. Question number 3. Most people in the world know the name Elvis Presley, but most people don't know that Elvis's middle name was what? Elvis's middle name was Aaron. Elvis Aaron Presley. Question number 4. Also called a pluviometer, an ombrometer is the more common name of a device used to measure what? It's called a pluviometer. You can call it an ombrometer or a rain gauge. The answer is rainfall. That's what it measures. Question number 5. I'll have what she's having is a famous line in what 1989 Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan film? The answer is When Harry Met Sally. Question number 6. In Disney's 1989 animated feature film, The Little Mermaid, what were the names of the sinister pair of moray eels that serve as minions to Ursula the Sea Witch? Their names were Flotsam and Jetsam. Question number 7. In 1997, 1998, 1999, and 2000, what was the name of the professional basketball team that won the WNBA's first 4 championships? The answer is the Houston Comets. Question number 8. Following a revolt by the English nobility against his rule, what document was King John compelled to sign at Runnymede on June 12, 1215? The answer is the Magna Carta. Question number 9. Which classic board game is a murder mystery adventure in which 3 to 6 players try to determine the details behind the death of Mr. Body? That game is Clue, or in the UK I believe it's Cluedo. Question number 10. Geriatrics addresses the medical treatment of the elderly. Bariatrics addresses the medical treatment of what type of patient? Bariatrics deals with the obese. Okay, now before we get to the second half of this quiz, if you joined us yesterday on our halfway through the year celebration, right in the middle of the quiz, I owe you an apology. I did some quick math. 365 divided by 2, it was 182.5, so I thought halfway through episode 182 would be the halfway point. However, a viewer named Jason pointed out to me that it actually would be all of episode 182 and halfway through episode 183. That is today's quiz. And I like to think that I'm pretty good at trivia, but I have never claimed to be any good at math. So, again, I apologize. If you opened a bottle of Dom Perignon to celebrate yesterday, please get yourself another one today. If you paused the video halfway through to do a little celebratory dance to celebrate halfway through the year, you get to do it one more time. And if you've recently rejoined the comment section to complain about the music or the pictures, buckle up because you got another 6 months of trivia before anything changes. Now, on to question 11, which will signify the start of the second half of the 365-day trivia road trip. Thank you guys for joining me. I hope you're having fun. Question number 11. 1900 to 1903 is called as Blue Period, while 1904 to 05 is the Rose Period, indicating colors that what Spanish artist predominantly used during those times? That artist was Mr. Pablo Picasso. Question number 12. What was the name of the famous comic book writer who often made cameos in the films that Marvel produced about his characters? The answer is Stan Lee. Question number 13. Arguably the greatest professional boxer of all time, Muhammad Ali was given what name at birth? At birth, he was named Cassius Clay. Question number 14. Mark, Matt, and Travis are the members of what recently reunited rock band that first found widespread fame with their 1997 album Dude Ranch? I believe they are on tour right now. The answer, Blink 182. Question number 15. This actor's real name is John Charles Carter. What is the stage name of this man who starred in such film classics as Ben-Hur and the Ten Commandments? The answer is Charlton Heston. Question number 16. Which vegetable has been grown around the world for thousands of years and can be found in a variety of dishes including sauerkraut, kimchi, and coleslaw? I love Long John Silver's coleslaw. The answer is cabbage. Question number 17. Finish this quote from Michelangelo, the Ninja Turtle, not the artist. Wise men say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for what? Never pay full price for late pizza. Question number 18. What was the name of the crime family trying to find One-Eyed Willie's treasure before Mikey and his friends do in the 1985 movie The Goonies? That family's name was Fratelli. It was the Fratellis. Question 19. In what U.S. city did Martin Luther King Jr. deliver his famous "I Have a Dream" speech? The answer is Washington, D.C. And question 20. What was the name of the most famous associate in the gunpowder plot, which involved plans to blow up the Parliament of England? That question's much easier for some of our viewers. The answer is Guy Fawkes. This man holds the world record for eating 73 hot dogs in 10 minutes. He will be competing again this year at Coney Island's famous 4th of July event. What is the name of this American who is the top hot dog eating male champion of all time with 15 Nathan's titles to his name? His name is Joey Chestnut. Question number 2. Typically caused by an eye injury or from years of exposure to sunlight, what medical condition involves an opaqueness or a clouding of the patient's eye lens? What is that condition called? The answer is a cataract. Question number 3. What two-word term did Webster's Dictionary add in 2002 that describes the aggressive behavior by motorists that occurs following an irritating act by another driver? And I know this isn't American exclusive. I've experienced it in other countries. I've actively participated in it in other countries. The answer is road rage. Question number 4. In the 1854 book Walden by the American transcendentalist writer Henry David Thoreau, what is the last word in the popular quote, "The mass of men lead lives of quiet what?" The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation. Question number 5. What is the name of the British mystery writer known for her 66 detective novels and 14 short story collections, who wrote the classics Mousetrap and Murder on the Orient Express? The answer is Agatha Christie. Question number 6. In the King's English, this word means a line or a sequence of people or vehicles waiting to proceed. What is this word that in America is basically only used for the list of documents waiting for your printer? The word we're looking for is queue. Question number 7. What was the name of the American attorney and politician who was born on July 4th, 1872, and who served as the 30th President of the United States from 1923 to 29, leading America through the Roaring Twenties? The only president born on the 4th of July was Calvin Coolidge. Question number 8. At the age of 11, he became the ruler of Fergana, and 10 years later made himself ruler of Kabul. In 1522, his victory at the Battle of Panipit led to his rule over Bengal. Who is this father of Humayun, the first Mughal ruler of India who shares his name with a famous elephant? The answer is Babar. Question number 9. Starting off with just 13 balloons in 1972, this 9-day-long October event now pulls in hundreds and hundreds of balloons. That makes what American city's International Balloon Fiesta the biggest hot air balloon festival in the world? We're looking for the city that fiesta is in. The answer is Albuquerque, New Mexico. Question number 10. It was known as the rallying cry of the American Revolution. What was the famous saying that gives the impression that unfair taxes may have been the principal irritant between Britain and its American colonies? What's the quote you always hear from that time frame? The thing they were most upset about was they did not want taxation without representation. Question number 11. Used to draw toxins from your body to help relieve swelling, sprains, and bruises, what is the common name for magnesium sulfate, a mineral compound that's often used to relieve pain from fibromyalgia and other various maladies? The answer is Epsom salts. Question number 12. In chemistry, the term refers to the study of non-organic, non-metallic minerals, while in art, the same term refers to the making of objects out of clay, such as pottery and porcelain. What is this term? The term we're looking for is ceramics. Question number 13. He is credited with having been the first to use the donkey and the elephant as symbols for the Democratic and the Republican parties. But what political cartoonist is most famous for his attacks on Boss Tweed? The answer is Thomas Nast. Question 14. She was Queen Amidala's decoy in Phantom Menace. What is the name of this actress whose films include Bend It Like Beckham, Pirates of the Caribbean, and King Arthur? The answer is Keira Knightley. Question number 15. What was the title of the popular 1970s TV series about 3 women detectives with a mysterious employer that was updated in 2000 and 2003 with hit movies starring Cameron Diaz, Lucy Liu, and Drew Barrymore? The answer is Charlie's Angels. Question 16. The only president, aside from George Washington, to run unopposed for re-election. What was the name of the 5th U.S. president who was the last official founding father to occupy the White House? The last of the founding fathers to be president was James Monroe. Question number 17. There are 2 significant lines of latitude located at about 23.5 degrees north and 23.5 degrees south. The area between these 2 lines is known as the tropics. What are the names of the 2 lines? The tropics lie between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Question number 18. Although they declared that they would be fighting for their freedom several years earlier, what was the name of the treaty signed on September 3rd, 1783 that made official America's independence? They declared it in 1776, but what treaty in 1783 made it official? The answer is the Treaty of Paris. Question number 19. Born in 1847 in Missouri, what is the name of the man who joined the Confederate forces and then, after the war, he was declared an outlaw along with his brother Frank when they formed a band of bank and train robbers? The answer is Jesse James. And question 20. The U.S. Navy's Task Force 77, consisting of the flagship USS Bremerton, 2 aircraft carriers, 2 cruisers, and 7 destroyers, anchored nearby during the celebrations to salute the birth of the new republic. Which country declared independence from the United States on July 4th, 1960? This is a good one. I don't know if I knew this before today, at least that they celebrated on July 4th. The answer is the Philippines. Question number 1. Often occurring around late January, what is the name of the address that the President of the United States gives to Congress each year, advising them on the current conditions of the country? The answer is the State of the Union address. Question number 2. Which building in the Vatican City is famous in part for its decorated interior, most particularly the ceiling, which was painted by the Italian painter, sculptor, and architect Michelangelo? We're looking for the name of the building. The answer is the Sistine Chapel. Question number 3. Atropos cuts the thread of life. Lachesis decides how long it's supposed to be, and Clotho spins the thread. What is the collective name for these Greek goddesses? Collectively, they are known as the Fates. Question number 4. 2 answers are required. 2 of Harry Potter's least favorite people are his potions instructor and the animagus who hid as Scabbers after betraying Harry's parents. What are the names of these 2 characters? The answer is Severus Snape and Peter Pettigrew. Question number 5. Batteries are often measured by these. What is the term for the unit of measurement named after an Italian scientist that measures potential energy across the terminals of a battery? The answer is a volt. Question number 6. What is the name of the 1875 Gilbert and Sullivan comic opera whose title designates the right that is guaranteed by the 6th and 7th Amendments to the United States Constitution? They share a name. What is the name of this Gilbert and Sullivan comic opera? The answer is Trial by Jury. Question number 7. This 1985 Steven Spielberg film featured Whoopi Goldberg in her breakthrough role as Celie Harris, and the story follows 40 years of her life. What is the title of this film that was nominated for 10 Academy Awards but did not win any? The answer is The Color Purple. Question number 8. Both of these geographical features are located just south of Cape Cod, Massachusetts. What is the name of the sound that shares its name with an island that was a popular 19th century whaling hub? So we're looking at the shared name of the sound and the island. The answer is Nantucket. Question number 9. Used in the field of architecture for an arched ceiling or roof, what is this term that may also be used to describe a fortified room used for the safekeeping of valuables? The term we're looking for is vault. Vault fits both definitions. Question number 10. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is now in theaters. What was the name of the second movie in this franchise that was released in 1984 and takes Indy, Short Round, and nightclub singer Willie Scott on an adventure to India? The second movie was titled Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Question 11. This term means intensity of effect. A large army or a group of armed men such as police, or to compel someone to do something. What is the name of this quantity that according to Newton's second law is equal to mass times acceleration? The term we're looking for is force. Question number 12. The Richter scale is used to measure the severity of earthquakes, and the Fujita scale measures the intensity of tornadoes. What is the name of the scale in geology that measures the hardness of rocks and other minerals? This scale is called the Mohs scale. Question 13. When two animals live together, it is called symbiosis. When the smaller organism hurts the larger one, the smaller one is often called a parasite, while the larger organism is known as a what? The parasite feeds off the host. Host is the answer. Question number 14. Its name is a homophonic title of a popular Tim Burton movie. What is the name of this supergiant star with a distinctly reddish color that was born near Orion's belt but is now near Orion's right shoulder? This supergiant star is Betelgeuse. Question number 15. They call their group the Joy Luck Club, and in the 1989 novel of the same name, written by Amy Tan, the four mothers meet at the First Chinese Baptist Church in San Francisco and agree to continue to meet to play what popular 19th century game? This game is Mahjong. Question number 16. The original title of this novel was The Fireman. However, Ray Bradbury and his publishers thought that The Fireman was a boring title, so they called a local fire station and asked what temperature paper burned at, and used what temperature in the title instead. Instead of The Fireman, you know this book as Fahrenheit 451. 451 was the number. Question number 17. The film takes place around 1913 to 1921 and revolves around the life of a young African-American waitress, Tiana, a hardworking woman who saves every penny in hopes of one day opening her own restaurant. In what U.S. city is Disney's The Princess and the Frog set in? The answer is New Orleans. Question number 18. On May 24th, 1844, Samuel Morse dispatched the first telegraphic message over an experimental line from Washington, D.C. to Baltimore. What was this four-word message taken from Numbers 23:23 in the Bible? The first phrase ever telegraphed was, "What hath God wrought?" Question number 19. In the early 1800s, what was the name of the event that was occurring in U.S. history that Sacagawea, the young daughter of a Shoshone Indian chief, was very closely associated with? Sacagawea was essential to the Lewis and Clark expedition. And question 20. The shot heard round the world is a phrase that refers to the opening shot of which battle on April 19, 1775, which began the American Revolutionary War and led to the creation of the United States of America? The shot heard round the world was in Lexington. And technically that battle spilled over into nearby Concord. Lexington was what I was looking for. Concord is acceptable. And that is it for today. Question number 1. The term comes from French for twirl and weather vane. What is this ballet move called that involves a rotation on the points of the toes? The answer is a pirouette. Question number 2. The festival of San Fermin is celebrated with the running of the bulls in what city in Spain? That city is Pamplona. Question number 3. According to Dr. Seuss, what is the one food that Sam I Am will absolutely not eat? The answer is green eggs and ham. Question number 4. What is the title of the United Kingdom's official national anthem? If you said "God Save the Queen," you would be incorrect. Currently, the national anthem is "God Save the King." Question number 5. The art of stuffing, mounting, and preserving for exhibit the skins and bodies of deceased animals is commonly known as what? The answer is taxidermy. Question number 6. While at Harvard Medical School, he wrote commercially to supplement his income. Who is this author of the Andromeda Strain and Jurassic Park? The answer is Michael Crichton. Question number 7. Which Italian astronomer and mathematician is mentioned in Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody? The answer is Galileo. Question number 8. An alphabetized list of the 50 states in the United States of America would begin with the southern state of Alabama and end with what northern state? It would end with Wyoming. Question number 9. Which Italian town is the setting for William Shakespeare's play Romeo and Juliet? That was set in Verona. Question number 10. In the 70s and 80s, the pop group ABBA, who came from what country, had a string of hits such as Super Trooper and Waterloo. Lots of geography questions today. The answer for this one is Sweden. Question number 11. Sulfur dioxide released from smokestacks and factories is one of the major causes of what phenomena that deteriorates paints, metals, and rocks? I feel like this was a lot bigger deal in the 90s. You don't hear so much about acid rain anymore. Acid rain. Question number 12. Having never committed to even a serious relationship, what was the name of the only main character in the TV show Friends that remained unmarried? The answer is Joey. Joey Tribbiani. Question number 13. What is the name of the Canadian athlete who is considered to be the Michael Jordan of hockey, that is, the greatest of all time? The answer, Wayne Gretzky. Question number 14. In the Netflix show Stranger Things, what was the name of the mall that the gang discovers is actually a secret Russian base? Need the name of the mall from Stranger Things. That was called the Starcourt Mall. Question number 15. What is the name of the fictional restaurant where SpongeBob SquarePants works as a fry cook? The answer is the Krusty Krab. Question number 16. What Minnesota town was actor Winona Ryder born in? This one pops up occasionally on pop culture trivia. She was born in Winona and named after Winona. Question number 17. What fictional sadistic London resident got his own musical movie when he was played by Johnny Depp in the 2007 film that was directed by Tim Burton? The answer is Sweeney Todd. Question number 18. What book by Chris Van Allsburg was adapted into a 2004 animated film featuring Tom Hanks and a locomotive numbered 1225? 1225, like the date of Christmas. The answer is The Polar Express. Question 19. What is the name of the potentially fatal disease that is an eating disorder and involves self-starvation and usually an obsession with dieting? The answer is anorexia, or specifically anorexia nervosa. And question 20. Which 3 American states share a land border with California? The 3 states that touch California are Arizona, Nevada, and Oregon. Question number 1. A genetically advanced warrior given Mark 6 armor in the second version of the game, he is also known as Spartan 117 or John. What is the most used name for this super soldier who fights against the Covenant in Halo and its sequels? The answer is Master Chief. Question number 2. Gerhard Hansen oversaw the care of what disease, identified by destructive lesions on the body, in a Norway hospital in 1873, and after he found that the disease was caused by a specific bacterium, it became known as Hansen's disease? I would not want a disease named after me. I would rather you call it leprosy. Leprosy is the answer we're looking for. Question number 3. The son of Iapetus and Clymene, his name means forethought. Who was this brother-in-law of Pandora that, as punishment for his most famous deed of giving man the gift of fire, was chained to a rock in the Caucasus where a vulture eternally tore out his liver? This man's name is Prometheus. Question number 4, originally published in December of 1871, who wrote the story of The Walrus and the Carpenter, a ballad that depicts the trials and tribulations of a group of oysters who were eaten by the title characters? The answer is Lewis Carroll. Question number 5. Originally known as the Paragon Panther, it was a 3-time Grand Prix winner. A French chef gave it fudge, and it flew the Potts family back to England. What is this title car in a story by Ian Fleming? The answer is Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Question number 6. Founded in 1962 by Glenn Bell in Downey, California. What is the name of the popular American fast food chain that has used several catchy slogans, including the sagacious, "Think outside the bun"? That's a really deep quote if you think about it. Think outside the bun. Taco Bell is the answer. Question number 7. In Greek mythology, she was chained to a rock to be devoured by a sea monster, but was rescued by Perseus. Daughter of Cassiopeia, she was placed among the stars after her death. What is her name? Lots of mythological creatures getting chained to rocks today. Sorry about all the violence. Her name was Andromeda. Question number 8. It is a modifier key on many computer keyboards, especially on laptop computers. It is used in a compact layout to combine keys which are usually kept separate. What word does the FN key on a keyboard stand for? FN represents the function key. Function is the word we're looking for. Question number 9. Barbie's first little sister debuted in 1964. She was Barbie's little sister back then and was 10 years old when she was first introduced. What was the name of Barbie's first little sister that came before Chelsea and Stacy? Chelsea's name changed to Kelly, so they're technically the same person. Chelsea or Kelly and Stacy came after Skipper. Skipper was Barbie's original little sister. Question number 10. The origin of its name date back to the late 1700s, when exporters of beer from the British Isles to certain countries would add hops to their brews to help preserve the beer in hotter, more tropical climates. In brewing, what do the initials IPA stand for? An IPA is an India Pale Ale. Question number 11. The human appendix, the pelvic bone of a snake, and the wings of flightless birds are examples of organs that have decreased in importance or became completely unnecessary. What 9-letter adjective describes such organs? The adjective we're looking for is vestigial, a vestigial organ. Question number 12. It commonly affects the arms and legs, including the toes and fingers, but it can also occur in the muscles and in organs inside the body, such as the gallbladder. What is the term for the death of body tissue due to the lack of blood flow or a serious bacterial infection? If a person's body tissue is dying or gets that bad bacterial infection, it gets gangrene. Gangrene is the answer. Question 13. Usually accompanied by Cinderella's castle, the stylized wording in its logo is trademarked and recognizable worldwide. What are the only lowercase letters in the official Walt Disney logo? In Walt Disney, the only letters that are lowercase are the I and the Y. Question 14. Back in 1971, Jerry Baldwin, Zev Siegel, and Gordon Bowker founded Starbucks Coffee. Although it has gone through some design changes since the original, What kind of creature has been on the official Starbucks logo since the beginning of the company? Officially, the creature on the logo is a siren. It looks like a two-tailed mermaid, but the answer is siren. Question 15. Which amendment to the United States Constitution states that no soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law? Just looking for the number of the amendment. The answer is third, the Third Amendment. Question 16. This Australian state was governed by New South Wales until 1831, then became a federated state 70 years later. Containing much of the Great Sandy and Gibson deserts, 1/2 of its population lives in its capital. What is this largest Australian state with a capital at Perth? The answer is Western Australia. Question 17. If you've ever looked on the side of your milk carton, you might have noticed the name of this chemist who developed a rabies vaccine. Who is this Frenchman who also developed a method of killing germs through heating? It's how they make your milk safe. The Frenchman in question is Louis Pasteur. Question number 18. Founded in May of 1862 by Abraham Lincoln, what United States government department controls the food stamp program, school lunches and breakfasts, and meat and poultry inspection? Which government department does all of that? The answer is the Department of Agriculture. Question number 19. After the events of 2013's Man of Steel, Bruce Wayne sees Superman as a danger to the public and sets out to stop him in 2016's Batman vs. Superman: Dawn of Justice. Henry Cavill plays Superman, and what actor plays an aged Batman? That sign in the back might help you out a little bit. Ben's Lake Marina, or Ben Affleck is the name we're looking for. Ben Affleck. Question 20. Native Americans call this sport bagataway, but French Canadians rename the sport for a symbol of a bishop. What is the name of this sport that uses netted sticks to throw a ball into a pyramid-shaped net? Used to be called bagataway or bagataway. I don't know how you pronounce it. Bagataway. But what is it called now? Now it is called lacrosse. Question number 1. Often the team with a disadvantage assumes a defensive position. In hockey, what two-word term describes the time period when a player on the opposing team has earned a penalty, thus giving your team a man advantage? If you have the man advantage, you have a power play. Question number 2. Equal air pressure is controlled inside and outside the human body by means of a tube connecting the inner ear with the throat. What is the name of this channel? What's the name of that tube in your ear? The The name we're looking for is the Eustachian tube. Question number 3. The son of Atreus and the brother of Menelaus, he was the leader of the Achaean army at Troy. High king of Mycenae, he ruled part of Argos and many islands with his gold scepter. Who was this man that sacrificed his daughter to Artemis at the start of the war for favorable winds? His name was Agamemnon. Question number 4. This line comes from what 1818 novel? By the dim and yellow light of the moon, as it forced its way through the window shutters, I beheld the wretch, the miserable monster whom I had created. The answer is Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. Question number 5. Describing a day in the life of a person dealing with the struggles of public transportation, what is the title of the 1981 Weird Al song that was a parody of a Queen song from the year before? One of the best Weird Al songs, it's called Another One Rides the Bus. Question number 6. Playing the tune Mule Skinner Blues, Bill Monroe and his so-named band introduced the world to what new musical genre with his first appearance at the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville in 1939? It was Bill Monroe and the Bluegrass Boys that introduced the world to bluegrass music. Question number 7. It actually encompasses over 101 events, and anyone winning one of the major ones gets a gold bracelet. What is this competition commonly held at the Rio, whose main event has been won by Chris Moneymaker, Greg Raymer, Phil Hellmuth, and Jamie Gold? I think this year it's being held at the Horseshoe. The answer is the WSOP, the World Series of Poker. Question number 8. Baron Alexander von Humboldt left his name wherever he went. For example, the Humboldt River, the Humboldt Lake, and the Humboldt Range are all in Nevada. The Humboldt Current is located in what ocean? The answer is the Pacific Ocean. Question number 9. This body organ is located on the surface of the liver. Bile produced from the liver is stored here and is secreted when food enters the duodenum. What is the name of this storage organ? The answer is the gallbladder. Question number 10. What is the name of the Disney Channel TV show that focuses on a girl who lives a double life as an average teenage schoolgirl by day and a famous pop singer by night, concealing her real identity from the public, other than her close friends and family? The answer is Hannah Montana. Question number 11. It made her maiden voyage in 1903 from Liverpool to Boston, and her final run was in 1918 when she was sunk by a German U-boat. What was the name of this British passenger liner that was best known for rescuing survivors from the ship Titanic in 1912? That ship's name was the Carpathia. Question number 12. Abundant in parts of Europe, it is sometimes called the shepherd's barometer because its flowers close at the approach of rain. What is this herb, one variety of which is used in the title of a work by Baroness Imuska Orczy? The answer is the pimpernel. Question 13, also known as Scarface, what was the real name of the real-life Italian-American gangster and boss of the Chicago outfit who eliminated many of his rivals in the so-called St. Valentine's Day Massacre? What real-life gangster was nicknamed Scarface? Don't say Tony Montana. The answer is Al Capone. Question number 14. The first episode featured residences owned by Moby, the Osbournes, and Jewel. Narrated by Suchin Pak of the MTV News, what is this show that visits the elaborate homes of celebrities? The name of that show is MTV Cribs. Question number 15. Devised by and named after a Rear Admiral of the British Navy, 2 represents a light breeze, 6 a strong breeze, 8 a fresh gale, and 12 a hurricane. What is the name of this 0 to 12 scale of wind velocity? The answer is the Beaufort scale. Question number 16. Cookie Monster is a Blue Muppet character on the long-running PBS children's television show Sesame Street. In a song in 2004 and later in an interview in 2017, Cookie Monster revealed his real name to be what? Cookie Monster's real name is Sid. Question number 17. Its neighbors are Bolivia and Paraguay to the north, Chile to the west, Uruguay to the east, and Brazil to the northeast. What is the name of the country that is the 8th largest country in the world? This big country that's surrounded by Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Chile, and Brazil is Argentina. Question number 18. Examples include 4-6, 2-8, and the most dreaded, a 7-10. Depicted on the score sheet by a circle or the letter S, what is this bowling term for leaving pins that have space between them? Some people rush to this one and say spare, but that is incorrect. It is a split. This is when you have pins left that have a space between them. It's called the split. Question number 19. Lake Placid was the host of the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics, the latter of which saw the U.S. hockey team beat Russia and eventually win the gold. In which U.S. state is the village named after the lake located? Lake Placid is in the state of New York. Question number 20. The directional movements are called the horizontal count and the vertical count. What term is used for the unit of measurement for the speed and movement direction of a computer mouse? How do they measure that? What's the term used for the speed and direction of the computer mouse? The term we're looking for is Mickeys. Mickeys per second. That's the unofficially official unit of measurement for the speed and direction of your computer mouse. Question number 1. Name either of the months in which every place on Earth has a day in which there are 12 hours each of sunlight and darkness, the so-called vernal and autumnal equinoxes. Name either of the months, or both months if you're really good. The answer is March and September. Question number 2. Queen Anne of England belonged to the House of Stuart. Edward IV belonged to the House of York. Of what royal house was King Henry VIII of England a member? The answer is the House of Tudor. Question number 3. Founded at a 1945 San Francisco conference, it was an agreement by countries to coordinate policies after World War II. What was the name of this organization based in New York that works on global issues? The answer is the United Nations, or the UN. Question number 4. The library was part of a larger research institution that was known as the Museum. In what Egyptian city was this library established under the reign of Ptolemy II, which became one of the largest and most significant libraries of the ancient world? The library in question is the Library of Alexandria. Alexandria is the answer. Question number 5. The third film in Academy Award show history to win the Big Five. What was the title of the 1991 film starring Jodie Foster that was the first and is still the only horror movie to win the Best Picture Oscar? Some people say Parasite was a horror film, but the director called it a black comedy. So the only horror movie to ever win the Best Picture Oscar was Silence of the Lambs. Question number 6. Including the songs Bring Him Home, Do You Hear the People Sing, and I Dreamed a Dream, what is the name of the musical that is based on a Victor Hugo work about 19th century France? The answer is Les Miserables. Question number 7. In this Asian nation of approximately 100 million, the use of French as an administrative language has been in steady decline since the end of colonial rule. What is this nation, united in 1976 after 30 years of civil war and struggles with France and the United States? United in 1976, the answer is Vietnam. Question number 8. This term can refer to the study of books, and the term means book writing. An annotated one gives descriptions about how each source was useful to an author in constructing their writing. What is the name of this list of references in the back of a report? The term we're looking for is a bibliography. Question number 9. This element, discovered in 1807 by Sir Humphrey Davy, has a melting point of 98 degrees Celsius and can be isolated using the Downs process. What is this alkali metal, element number 11, with the symbol Na? Na is sodium. Question number 10. There are about 7.48 of these in a cubic foot, 42 of these in a barrel of crude oil, and 26.4 of these in a hectoliter. What is this unit of volume equal to 128 fluid ounces or 4 quarts? The answer is a gallon. Question number 11. Developed at Bell Labs and still one of the most common computer operating systems in use today, what is the name of the computer operating system that was coined by Brian Kernighan as a pun on the name Multics? It's not Multics, it is Unix. Unix is what we're looking for. Question number 12. In 1677, he made the first full observation of a transit of Mercury. He believed comets followed elliptical paths around the sun and predicted the comet of 1680 would return in 1758. What is the name of this scientist whose comet returned again in 1986? The comet is Halley's Comet. His name is Edmund Halley. Question number 13. What was the title of the 2015 space opera that starred Mila Kunis in the title role, whose life is turned upside down when an interplanetary warrior, played by Channing Tatum, informs her that her destiny extends beyond Earth? The answer is Jupiter Ascending. Question 14. Though they were both married to other people, this famous movie couple's on-screen charisma was palpable in the 1990s, making their movies box office gold. What pair acted together in Sleepless in Seattle, You've Got Mail, and Joe versus the Volcano? The answer is Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks. Question 15. The United States acquired the territories of California, Nevada, Utah, and parts of New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, Colorado, and Wyoming as a result of which armed conflict that occurred from 1846 to 1848? The answer is the Mexican-American War. Question number 16. These planes downed more enemy aircraft than any other Allied fighter in World War I. The cowling over the two Vickers machine guns ahead of the cockpit created a distinctive hump, which led to the Sopwith F-1 plane receiving what nickname, although it was never an official military designation? That hump led the plane to being called the camel. Question number 17. Known as the Crossroads of the Pacific, this port city serves as the stopping point for ships and planes crossing the Pacific Ocean. Located on the island of Oahu, what is the capital and largest city of Hawaii? The answer is Honolulu. Question number 18. Several of these are present within a molecule of methane, as the 4 valence electrons and the 4 hydrogen electrons are used. This is an example of what kind of chemical bond in which atoms share electrons? The answer is covalent bonds. Question number 19. He wore a helmet to disguise his misshapen head, and he was taught by the philosopher Anaxagoras. The patron of Phidias and lover of Aspasia, he died of plague during the Peloponnesian War. What is the name of this leader of Athens during the Golden Age? The dude with the misshapen head was Pericles. Question number 20. It is peculiar because it incorporates all 3 orders of column: Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. Construction on it was started by Vespasian, and it was dedicated by his son Titus. 4th century documents put its capacity at around 87,000 people. What is the name of this Flavian amphitheater? The answer is the Colosseum. Question number 1. What German word for children's planted ground describes schools and classes meant for young students? The word we're looking for is kindergarten. Question number 2. What is the name of the popular English poet who penned this famous passage? "'Tis better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all." A lot of people say William Shakespeare, but that's incorrect. The answer is Alfred Lord Tennyson. Question number 3. What type of flower does William Wordsworth describe as fluttering and dancing in the breeze and tossing their heads in sprightly dance? The answer is the daffodil. Question number 4. Adolf Hitler was born on April 20th, 1889, in a small town just across the river from Germany. In what country? He was born in Austria. Question number 5. The Suez Canal links this sea to the Red Sea, and the Dardanelles link it to the Black Sea. Islands in what sea include Ibiza and Sicily? The sea we're looking for is the Mediterranean. Question number 6. By what name did blues singer B.B. King call all of his black Gibson guitars? The name we're looking for is Lucille. Question number 7, usually depicted as a green-skinned pharaoh wearing the Atef crown. Who was the father of Horus and husband of Isis in Egyptian mythology? The answer is Osiris. Question number 8. What martial art with a Japanese name meaning gentle way ends when one athlete pins the other to the ground? The answer is judo. Question number 9. The best known ballad about him tells of his duel against Guy of Gisborne. Who is this outlaw that appears in Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe as Locksley? The answer is Robin Hood. Question 10. What popular actor voiced Emmett, the Special, in the 2014 animated film The Lego Movie, and Barley Lightfoot in the animated 2020 film Onward? The answer is Chris Pratt. Question number 11. What is the modern name of this 18th century city with over 8 million inhabitants that serves as the capital of Indonesia? The answer is Jakarta. Question number 12. What is the Islamic term that means strength and is the term that is used for the leaders of countries like Oman and Brunei? The answer is Sultan, like the Sultan of Brunei. Question 13. What is the main symbol in the center of the Lebanese flag that represents eternity, steadiness, happiness, and prosperity? The answer is a tree, specifically a green cedar tree, but tree will be acceptable. Question number 14. What is the term for organic material in soil produced by decomposition that is also a popular food mixture of mashed chickpeas, lemon juice, and garlic? Same name, different taste. The answer is hummus. Question number 15. Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman portrayed Washington Post reporters Woodward and Bernstein in what 1976 movie classic? The answer is All the President's Men. Question number 16. What is the only vowel on a standard computer keyboard that is not on the top line of letters? The only vowel. The answer is A, and it's on the middle line. Question number 17. The osteotype results in cartilage loss, and the rheumatoid type includes joint inflammation. In what class of painful conditions often experienced by seniors? Osteo and rheumatoid are types of arthritis. Question number 18. Of chromium, copper, gold, tin, tungsten, and silver, Which one has the highest melting point? Out of chromium, copper, gold, tin, tungsten, or silver? The answer is tungsten. Question number 19. What is the name of the peninsula that is bordered by the Gulf of Mexico that the Mayan people lived on? The answer is the Yucatan Peninsula. And question 20. In Article 3 of the Constitution, what crime is defined as levying war against the United States or aiding its enemies? The answer is treason. Question number 1. He was the offspring of an incubus and a virtuous woman, and displayed his parentage with the dragon scales behind his ears. What man spent his last days trapped in a tower created by his mistress Vivian, who was better known as the Lady of the Lake? The answer is Merlin. Question number 2. This man visited the Academy of Projectors in Legato, where scholars wasted their time trying to extract sunbeams from cucumbers and convert ice into gunpowder. Who is this character who also visited Laputa, Brobdingnag, and Lilliput in a 1726 work by Jonathan Swift? The answer is Lemuel Gulliver from Gulliver's Travels. Question number 3. Characters in this play include Benvolio, Balthazar, Friar John, and Lords Capulet and Montague. What is this Shakespearean play about two teenagers in doomed love? The answer is Romeo and Juliet. Question number 4. Written in 1936 and having sold over 15 million copies, this book is filled with quotes like, "A person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language." What is the name of this book authored by Dale Carnegie? That book teaches you how to win friends and influence people. That is also the title. Question number 5. Both he and the Headless Horseman were in love with Katrina. What is the name of this school teacher who is the main character in the story The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving? The answer is Ichabod Crane. Question number 6. Symphony Number 1 by Sergei Rachmaninoff and Symphony Number 1 by Sergei Prokofiev both premiered in what Russian city? Rachmaninoff in 1897 and Prokofiev 21 years later. Looking for the name of the city. The answer is St. Petersburg. Question number 7. All because of the color of his hair, Jabez Wilson is hired by a mysterious society, is paid a good salary for the ridiculously simple task of copying the encyclopedia. Luckily, Sherlock Holmes deduces that the society is a cover for for a clever group of bank robbers in what story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle? The answer is The Red-Headed League. Question number 8. Son of Germanicus Caesar and Agrippina, this Roman emperor who succeeded Tiberius wore military boots as a child, earning him the nickname Little Boots. Who was this emperor believed to be insane who tried to make his horse Incitatus a consul before being assassinated in 41 AD? The answer is Caligula. Question number 9. After Achilles was killed by Paris, he and Odysseus retrieved the body and he claimed the hero's armor, believing it should go to the strongest of the warriors. Who was this figure of Greek myth who went insane and killed himself when the armor was awarded to the wise Odysseus? The answer is Ajax. Question number 10. On sailing ships, the sailor holding this position would command one of the ship's smaller boats and would act as its helmsman. What is the name for this position, which in regattas refers to the person who steers the scull and directs the crew? The answer is a coxswain. Question number 11. Its oxide is the key ingredient added to the glass to make crystal of it, and the metal itself is used to fit together the pieces of the stained glass windows. What is the name of this metal, once commonly added to gasoline to improve efficiency in vehicles? The answer is lead. Lead glass, they used lead to hold the glass together, and they used it in gasoline. Question number 12. John Steinbeck's pony and William Carlos Williams' wheelbarrow are this color. Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong is known as the Little Book of this color, and in an Edgar Allan Poe work, what color describes a mask of death? The answer is red. Question number 13. What 1996 comic science fiction film was directed by Tim Burton and featured an ensemble cast consisting of Jack Nicholson, who played 2 roles, Glenn Close, Pierce Brosnan, Danny DeVito, Martin Short, Jack Black, and others? The answer is Mars Attacks. Question number 14. This villainous clown hides his sharp, rotting teeth behind his grease paint and lives in the sewers of Derry, making this town one to avoid. What is the name of this villain who charms children to join him down where they all float? If you know Derry, Derry is the town in all the Stephen King books. That clown's name is Pennywise. Question number 15. This famous couple met during the filming of the movie Too Many Girls in 1940. Although they are often remembered for their popular television show they did together, what pair also starred in 2 other films, Forever Darling and The Long, Long Trailer? The TV show that they were in was called I Love Lucy. It was Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz. Question 16. Johnny Depp was married to Lori-Ann Allison from 1983 to 85. Before he proposed to Winona Ryder in 1990, he was also engaged to both Sherilyn Fenn from Twin Peaks and what other actress who starred in 1987's Dirty Dancing? It was the pre-nose job Jennifer Grey. Jennifer Grey from Dirty Dancing. Question number 17. In the heart of Rome, Italy, what is the name of the largest ancient amphitheater ever built, that taking 8 years to be built starting in the year 72 and finishing in the year 80? I feel like we just had a question about this because I'm still hoping that Zuckerberg and Elon Musk fight there. It is the Colosseum. Question number 18. Harold Gray drew comic strips about what 11-year-old character who lived a hard-knock life, became important in the life of billionaire Oliver Warbucks, and was known for her curly red hair? Her name was Little Orphan Annie. Question number 19. First airing in 1992, what is the name of America's favorite purple dinosaur who, along with his friends Baby Bop, BJ, and Riff, join a cast of children in a television series for young children focusing on caring, sharing, and learning? You just don't hear much about this guy anymore. It's Barney. Barney the dinosaur. Question number 20. What is the name of the plastic sphere used for fortune-telling or seeking advice that was invented in 1946 by Albert C. Carter and Abe Bookman, where the user asks a yes-no question, then turns it over to reveal an answer? That is called the Magic 8 Ball. I haven't seen one of those in a while either. Question number 1. Before Marla and Melania, there was her. Donald Trump was a billionaire playboy that was running the family real estate empire. And what was the name of the former model turned fashion designer and media personality who became his first wife? The name we're looking for is Ivana. I can't pronounce her maiden name, but once she got married, it was Ivana Trump. Question number 2. Which English word can refer to either a woman's small traveling case used for carrying cosmetics or toiletry articles, or excessive pride in one's accomplishments or appearance? The answer is vanity. Question number 3. This man explored the Orinoco River and the interior of Guyana in 1595. He was imprisoned in the Tower of London for nearly 15 years before he was executed in 1618. What is the name of this English explorer who founded the failed colony of Roanoke? The answer is Sir Walter Raleigh. Question number 4. After being unanimously elected President of the United States twice, George Washington finally resigned his position, and what was the name of the man who was elected to take his place in 1796, becoming the only president elected under the Federalist manner? short way to ask that question is, who was the second president? The answer is John Adams. Question number 5, falling in between number 7, India, and number 9, Kazakhstan. What South American country is number 8 on the list of the largest countries in the world, coming in at around 1,073,000 square miles? The answer is Argentina. Question number 6. Between 1857 and 1859, Richard Wagner was in love with Matilda Wesendonck, the wife of a close friend and patron. Obviously, with this affair in mind, he created what semi-autobiographical opera in 1865? The opera with a lot of similarities to his story is Tristan and Isolde. Question number 7. The song The Perfect Fan is a love song to their mothers. They were named for an out-of-the-way market in Florida. Who is this boy band whose 1999 hit Larger Than Life was on their Millennium album? Larger Than Life was a huge song for the Backstreet Boys. Question number 8. Ceded to the United States by Spain after the Spanish-American War in 1898, this territory became a self-governing commonwealth in 1935 and achieved its independence in 1946. What is the name of this Southeast Asian republic? The answer is the Philippines. Question number 9. Darsy the tailor bird and Chukundra the muskrat help this character, though he does the real fighting and defeats the cobra Nagina. Who is this mongoose, the titular protagonist of a Rudyard Kipling story? The answer is Rikki Tikki Tavi. Question number 10. This word comes from an Algonquin word meaning kinship group. Often made from cedar, one of the tallest at 173 feet is in British Columbia. What are these tribal emblems of Pacific Northwest Indians, consisting of pillars carved and painted with animal figures? The term we're looking for is totem poles. Question number 11. Angular momentum is equal to angular velocity times the moment of this property. Newton defined it as a power of resting. What is this force, a natural resistance to a change in motion, that causes passengers on a train to fall when the train starts or stops? The word we're looking for is the inertia. Inertia. Question number 12. Its long snout and tongue enable it to burrow under the earth for dinner. Closely related to the sloth, what is the name of the familiar zoo animal that has an appetite for insects? The answer is an anteater. Question number 13. After fraternal brothers Connor and Murphy McManus kill 2 Russian mafia members in self-defense, they go on a mission from God to clean the streets of Boston of all types of crime and evil. In what 1999 American vigilante action film? The answer is Boondock Saints. Question number 14. Starting in 1985 and then discontinued in 2010, what was the name of the American automobile manufacturer, a subsidiary of General Motors, whose last vehicle models were the Aura, the Outlook, the Sky, and the View? This vehicle is the Saturn. The Saturn Sky, the Saturn View. Saturn is the answer. Question number 15. This cartoon bully learned his swear word vocabulary from a movie with Terrence and Phillip. What is the name of this portly child from South Park, Colorado, who always finds ways to annoy his friends Kyle, Kenny, and Stan, as well as the local teachers and townspeople? The answer is Eric Cartman. Question number 16. Based on Alfred Urey's play of the same name, what 1989 film told the story of a 72-year-old wealthy Jewish woman, played by Jessica Tandy, and her reluctant acceptance of and later deep friendship with her black chauffeur, Hoke Colburn, played by Morgan Freeman? The answer is Driving Miss Daisy. Question number 17. Romeo and Juliet come from wealthy families in the Kingdom of Verona, but the families have been fighting bitterly for years. In fact, the play begins with members of the 2 families brawling in the streets. From what family was Juliet? The 2 families were the Montagues and the Capulets. Juliet was a Capulet. Question number 18. In 1763, the Treaty of Paris ended the French and Indian War. What other war was ended with another Treaty of Paris that was signed 20 years later? Do that math. 1763, 20 years after that, another Treaty of Paris ended what war? The answer is the American Revolution. Question 19. Their most famous movie appearance was in a dance sequence with Gene Kelly in 1945's Anchors Aweigh. What is the name of this cartoon cat and mouse duo that have been around since the 1940s? The answer is Tom and Jerry. Question number 20. A sociological term from Tonga meaning forbidden. It describes a practice which is prohibited in a society. What is this term? Also a board game in which certain words are not allowed to be said. The answer is taboo. Question number 1. Fort Knox is found just outside of what most populous city of Kentucky, which lies on the Ohio River across from Indiana? The answer is Louisville. Question number 2. What color is used to describe the guide to used car prices published by the Kelly Company of Irvine, California? The answer is blue, the Kelly Blue Book. Question number 3. What is the name of the character from To Kill a Mockingbird who hides trinkets in a tree outside his house and who carries Jem home after he is attacked? The character we're looking for is Boo Radley, or Arthur Radley is his real name. Question number 4. The strait that separates Greenland from Iceland and divides the Atlantic and Arctic Oceans is named after what colonial power that once controlled both Greenland and Iceland? The name of that strait is the Denmark Strait. Question number 5. What 12-letter business term means the reduction in value of a tangible asset over time? The word we're looking for is depreciation. Question number 6. The name it was given is the same as an artwork assembled from numerous pieces of glass or stone. What was the name of the first web browser? I think it was from 93. The answer is Mosaic. Question number 7. What is the 5-letter word that can refer either to a type of makeup or to rosé wine? The 5-letter word is blush. Question number 8. What was the name of the war in which the Monitor and the Merrimac, two ironclads, clashed at Hampton Roads? The answer is the U.S. Civil War. Question number 9. Panama is a prominent example of this type of landform. What is the name of this type of narrow land connection between two larger land masses? That narrow strip is called an isthmus. Question number 10. The oldest audio recording of a U.S. president gives the voice of what man who defeated Grover Cleveland in the election of 1888? The answer, Benjamin Harrison. Question number 11. Both the special and general theories of relativity were developed by what physicist whose multiple breakthroughs in 1905 led to that year being called his Annus Mirabilis? The answer is Albert Einstein. Question number 12. What South American country's common name is Spanish for a little version of a famous Italian city-state, supposedly because the coastal area reminded Amerigo Vespucci of his home? Like a little Venice, Italy, the answer is Venezuela. Question 13. What 3-word French culinary phrase refers to the process used in professional kitchens to organize and arrange ingredients required for a menu or shift into containers that can be easily accessed while preparing a dish. This is a tough one unless you know French. The answer is mise en place. Question 14. Grawlixes are often found in the dialogue of print comics. A Grawlix is formed by combining special characters on a keyboard, usually 4 at a time. Grawlixes are used to stand for what type of communication? You would know it if you saw it. It's to blank out profanity. Question 15. What color are the sacred vestments worn during the period Episcopalians and Catholics call ordinary time, which both precedes Advent and follows Christmas? Ordinary time, they wear green. Question number 16. What brand of popular athletic shoes is actually an acronym for a Latin phrase that translates to a sound mind and a sound body in English? Animasana incorporare sano. The answer is ASICS. ASICS. Question number 17. When it was completed in 1885, this was the tallest building in the world. What 555-foot American structure was eventually surpassed in height by the Eiffel Tower? Technically, it's a building, but they call it the Washington Monument. Question number 18. Math class is tough was a phrase that was not well received. After a lawsuit, Mattel recalled the Teen Talk version of what toy and made it say, "Let's go shopping," instead. Math class is tough was not well received for fans of Barbie. Barbie is the answer. Question number 19. The Indus River empties into what sea that is named after a peninsula to its north? What is the sea that empties the Indus River? The answer is the Arabian, named after the Arabian Peninsula. And question 20. Named after an explorer, what is the mountain just west of Colorado Springs that was the inspiration for the song America the Beautiful? The answer is Pikes Peak. Question number 1. In 2014, the United States Postal Service settled a lawsuit for copyright infringement over their 2010 stamp featuring the Statue of Liberty. It was found that the stamp did not show the famous statue in New York Harbor, but rather a copy of that statue that is located in what other city? On that stamp, they actually put the Statue of Liberty that is in Las Vegas, Nevada. Whoops. Question number 2. In the early 20th century, a school of composers based in this city developed around Arnold Schoenberg and innovated in atonal music. What is the name of this Austrian capital city where Beethoven and Haydn had worked a century earlier? The answer is Vienna. Question number 3. Martin Luther's break from the Catholic Church began this period of religious history. What name was given to this era in which Protestants tried to change the workings of the church? The answer is the Reformation, the Protestant Reformation. Question number 4. In The Grapes of Wrath, the Joads flee their home in Oklahoma to escape the famine caused by this extreme 1930s drought. What name was given to this period, which resulted in black blizzards and led to the collapse of the agriculture sector and contributed to the Great Depression? Looking for the nickname of this period? It was called the Dust Bowl. Question number 5. Some passages of the Pali Canon are memorized and recited as a form of this spiritual practice, which is often done to promote relaxation. The Buddha achieved enlightenment by performing what action under the Bodhi tree? This specific action we're looking for is the act of meditation. Question number 6. In the aftermath of La Violencia, guerrilla fighters formed FARC, a peasant army that terrorized Colombia until signing a ceasefire agreement with Juan Manuel Santos in 2016. That agreement helped Santos win what international prize? The answer is the Nobel Peace Prize. You must say peace, not just Nobel Prize. It's the Nobel Peace Prize. Question number 7. In this Robert Louis Stevenson novel, Billy Bones asks Jim Hawkins to look out for a one-legged seafaring man. Jim later boards a pirate ship en route to what 1883 novel's title location? The answer is Treasure Island. Question number 8. Features in this national park include the 300-foot deep Cedar Sink collapse sinkhole, a bottomless pit, and Hanson's Lost River. Believed to have been explored by a man later killed in World War II, what is this American national park with the longest cave system in the world? The answer is the Mammoth Cave National Park. Question number 9. This man recruited Castor, Pollux, Heracles, Atalanta, and other heroes to accompany him on a difficult quest set by this man's uncle, Peleus. Who was this Greek hero who led the Argonauts on a quest for the Golden Fleece? The answer is Jason. Question number 10. Kimi no Na wa became the first Japanese animated film not by this director to gross over 100 million yen. What is the name of this director behind Studio Ghibli that has dominated the box office with films like Princess Mononoke, The Wind Rises, and Spirited Away? The answer is Miyazaki Hayao. Question number 11. A platinum wire around a ceramic core forms the highly accurate resistance type of this device. One of these objects is used to collect data from a calorimeter. An ammonium chloride mixture will register 0 on the mercury kind of what type of device? The device we're looking for is a thermometer. Question number 12. His loss of faith is shown in this work when he states that God is hanging here in the gallows. What is the title of this book where author Elie Wiesel recounts how he was deported from a ghetto in Szeged and his eventual arrival at Auschwitz? The one-word title of that novel is Night. Question 13. A civil war between Huáscar and his half-brother Atahualpa weakened this empire, allowing Spanish conquistadors to conquer it. Machu Picchu was part of what empire that was conquered by Francisco Pizarro in modern Peru? The answer is the Incan Empire. Question 14. In the H.G. Wells novel The Time Machine, the traveler brings back two of these objects to prove his story. A collection of poems by Baudelaire is titled For These Things of Evil, and Elizabeth Barrett Browning wrote that her beloved has brought me many of what things? The things in all three situations are flowers. Flowers are the title things we're looking for. Question 15. The Tippecanoe and Tyler Too slogan helped this man win the election of 1840. What was the name of this politician who caught pneumonia after his inauguration speech and died after just a month as President of America? The man we're looking for, his name is William Henry Harrison. Question 16. This mathematical term describes an arrangement of all the elements of a set. What is this specific mathematical term that is often contrasted with combination, a similar concept that ignores the order of a set? Contrasted with combination is a permutation. Question 17. In this city, Danforth and Bloor Streets are connected by the Prince Edward Viaduct. In 2009, this city's CN Tower lost its title as the tallest tower in the world. What is the name of this city, often nicknamed the Six, that is the most populous city in Ontario? The answer is Toronto. Question 18. Despite Jefferson Davis's opposition, this man was named General-in-Chief of the Confederate Army in early 1865. What was the name of this Virginian general who surrendered at Appomattox Courthouse to Ulysses S. Grant, ending the Civil War? The answer is Robert E. Lee. Question number 19. While this artist stayed at the Quinta del Sordo, the Villa of the Deaf Man, he created 14 murals of dark, dramatic subjects. Who was this Spanish artist who painted La Maya Desnuda, La Maya Vestida, and the 3rd of May, 1808? This Spanish artist is Francisco Goya. And question 20. Among the menu items commissioned by this government agency are dehydrated beef stew created by Rachel Ray, a crumbless chipotle turkey wrap created by Bobby Flay, and lemon mousse in a tube created by Wolfgang Puck. The celebrity chef creations are a big step forward from the freeze-dried ice cream and powdered orange drink that what U.S. agency was known for in the 1960s? This government agency is NASA. Question number 1. In the 1970s and 80s, Coca-Cola and Marlboro were considered the most valuable international brands. Neither of those tops the list today. As of 2023, what is the most valuable global brand today, valued at over $3 trillion? The first to hit the $3 trillion market cap is Apple. Question number 2. An amendment to Canada's Constitution in 2001 officially changed the name of Canada's easternmost province to include 2 distinct parts, including the island where more than 95% of the people live and the mainland area where most of the resources are found. What is Canada's easternmost province? I'm gonna need both parts. The answer is Newfoundland and Labrador. Question number 3. The Rimsky-Korsakov masterpiece, Scheherazade, is based on this literary work. What is this literary classic that is also referenced when Popeye the Sailor Man squeezes a can of spinach and says, "Open, says me"? A little play on words there, like Open Sesame from Arabian Nights or 1001 Nights. Question number 4. This woman is arrested for witchcraft while performing with her goat Jolly. Quasimodo falls deeply in love with what young girl who was switched with him at birth by the Romany? This is from the original novel, which differs a little bit with the Disney version. Switched at birth with Esmeralda. Question number 5. One of the most popular songs of World War I was made popular by British soldiers. The song tells of an Irishman traveling in London and yearning for his home. It includes the line, "Goodbye Piccadilly, farewell Leicester Square." What is the Irish town referenced in the title, It's a Long Way to Where? It's a long way to Tipperary. Question number 6. What is the word that can mean any or all of these 3 things? A sleeveless cloak or shawl? A fabric mesh that generates bright light when hung above a gas flame, or the layer of the earth between the crust and the core? All 3 of those definitions describe a mantle. Question number 7. In addition to freedom of speech, freedom from want, and freedom from fear, what is the 4th freedom mentioned in Franklin Roosevelt's 1941 State of the Union speech and depicted in a famous painting by Norman Rockwell? The painting has a picture of people praying. The answer is freedom of worship. Question number 8. In an attempt to end the Civil War, Winfield Scott developed this plan to economically strangle the South. What was the name of this plan, commonly depicted in newspapers as a snake, that was a massive blockade of every southern port? This plan was called the Anaconda Plan. Question number 9. There are 2 U.S. states where languages other than English are considered official. In both states, these languages are the native language of the indigenous people of the states. What are these two states with official languages other than English? These are the indigenous languages of the Alaska and Hawaii peoples. Question number 10. In what is often called the first modern detective story, C. Auguste Dupin solves the mystery of the brutal killings of two French women. What is the title of this 1841 Edgar Allan Poe short story? It's called The Murders in the Rue Morgue. Question number 11. Much of this desert is covered with landmines, which were placed there in the 1970s by the Chilean government amid tensions with its neighbors. What is the name of this desert, which is the driest place on Earth away from the poles? The answer is the Atacama Desert. Question number 12. This is a conical projection from the back edge of the soft palate that is made up of connective tissue, muscle fiber, and glands that secrete fluid. A major purpose of it is to keep food from entering the nasal cavity. What is the name of this gland that hangs at the entrance to the throat? The name we're looking for is the uvula. Question number 13. Among this city's notable neighborhoods are Echo Park, Sherman Oaks, and Silver Lake. What is the name of this large American city, which is also home to Wilshire Center, Watts, and Bel Air? The answer is Los Angeles. Question number 14. Undercooked beef may be contaminated with this prokaryote that can divide every 20 minutes in a petri dish. What is this gram-negative, rod-shaped species that is normally found in the human large intestine, the most important bacterial model organism? The answer is E. coli. Question number 15. This holiday takes place between Shaban and Shawwal. Suhoor and Iftar mark the limits of daily personal restrictions during this holiday when the Pillar of Psalm is observed. Able-bodied Muslims fast during what holiest Islamic month? The answer is Ramadan. Question number 16. Because American soil was too rich for European plants, this crop was used to deplete the soil of its nutrients. John Rolfe transformed the economy of Jamestown by introducing what cash crop, which was also grown by Thomas Jefferson in Virginia? This cash crop is tobacco. Question number 17. Dr. Seuss wrote this book on a bet. He was challenged by his editor to come up with a book that contained just 50 different words. What is the title of this children's book whose longest word is anywhere? He will not eat them here or there. He will not eat them anywhere. The answer, green eggs and ham. Question number 18. These two words are used to distinguish male and female alligators, as well as male and female camels, male and female dolphins, male and female elk, and male and female sharks. What are these two words that are better known for distinguishing certain male and female farm animals? The answer is bull and cow. Question number 19. Dippin' Dots ice cream is popular at stadiums and amusement parks. It was first created at Southern Illinois University in 1987. Dippin' Dots is formed by a flash freezing process where ice cream mix is sprayed into a vat filled with the liquid form of what chemical element? It is flash frozen with liquid nitrogen. Nitrogen is the answer. And question 20. This herbicide and defoliant was first created by Monsanto in the 1940s, but primarily used as a part of Operation Ranch Hand between 1961 and 71. What was the colorful name of this chemical that ended up having more negative outcomes than positive? It got the job done, but the long-term effects were way worse. The answer, Agent Orange. Question number 1. This traditional Middle Eastern food consists of deep-fried balls made of ground beans. These fritters are often a replacement for meat. What is the name of this food that comes from an Arabic word that means small, round thing? The word I'm looking for is falafel. Question number 2. Most U.S. states are divided into counties. The exceptions are Louisiana and Alaska. What are the two separate names of the local government subdivisions found in Louisiana and Alaska? There's two different ones here. Need them both. Louisiana and Alaska have parishes and boroughs. Question number 3. What is the name of the pair of Disney characters called Pepperino and Pepperina in an Italian court's airing summons that called for the flat-billed animals to appear in the trial of a man accused of counterfeiting Disney products? The court wanted Donald and Daisy Duck to appear in court. Question number 4. What is the name of the robot from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy who does not follow Asimov's 3 laws very well, possibly because of his extreme depression, which causes a bridge on Squarncellis Zeta to destroy itself and take an entire crowd of people with it? The answer is Marvin, or Marvin the Paranoid Android. Question number 5. A poem by Longfellow tells of the wreck of this ship near Gloucester in 1839. In the poem, the morning after the wreck, a fisherman sees the form of a maiden fair lashed close to a drifting mast. What is the name of this titular ship that was lost in this poem by Longfellow? If you know the title, you know it's called The Wreck of the Hesperus. Hesperus is the answer we're looking for. Question number 6. What is the name for the device that the American Medical Association says leads to increased physical activity in that it records daily steps and people using it want to run up that count? What's that device that records your daily steps? The answer is a pedometer. Question number 7. On which island country did U.S. President John F. Kennedy impose a naval blockade on October 22, 1962, and demanded that the Soviet Union remove all of its missiles from there? The answer is Cuba. Question number 8. Praxiteles is thought to be the creator of a marble sculpture of this Greek god, and the infant Dionysus. In other classical sculptures, what is this god that usually wears a round-topped winged cap? That marble statue is called Hermes and the infant Dionysus. Hermes is the answer. Question number 9. What name is given to the type of birds used to send messages in World War I and World War II, whose ability to return home is now believed to depend to some extent on an iron mineral called magnetite in its beaks that aligns itself to magnetic fields? That type of bird is a homing pigeon, or a carrier pigeon would also work. Question number 10. What is the term that designates the religious communities or homes that Myanmar's government ordered Buddhist monks to vacate in 2007 after weeks of pro-democracy protest in which the monks had participated? What is the term for these communities or homes? Monks live in monasteries. Monasteries is the answer. Question number 11. Robert Goddard realized the third law of motion would allow these devices to operate in a vacuum. Wernher von Braun also studied what type of devices, whose efficiency depends on the number of stages and the shape of the exhaust nozzle. The answer is rockets. Robert Goddard and Wernher von Braun studied rockets. Question number 12. What three-syllable word meaning most important or major is used to designate the leader and soloist of any of the instrument groups within a standard orchestra, such as the violins or the woodwinds? What's the name for the leader? If you're the top dog in that section, you are the principal violinist or the principal woodwind. Question number 13. An underground grotto discovered in Rome is believed to be the Lupercal, revered by ancient Romans as the cave where what type of animal nurtured the abandoned twins Romulus and Remus? That cave is believed to be where Romulus and Remus were raised by a wolf. Question number 14. Serving until he was 90 years old, what was the name of the oldest ever Justice of the Supreme Court, who was well known as the son and namesake of the poet and physician with the initials O.W.H., who wrote the poem Old Ironsides? O.W.H. stands for Oliver Wendell Holmes. Question number 15. This well-known work by Charles Dickens bears the subtitle, Or the Parish Boy's Progress. Its characters include Fagin, Bill Sikes, and the Artful Dodger. What is the two-word name of this book in which the title orphan lives for a time with a gang of thieves? The last question was Oliver Wendell Holmes. This one is Oliver Twist. Question number 16. These two cities are where the Nobel Prizes are awarded annually on December 10th, the anniversary of the death of Alfred Nobel. What are these two cities that are the capitals of Norway and Sweden? Need both. The answer is Oslo and Stockholm. Question number 17. After trying standard options like electric fences, Indian officials found success when they began greasing fences with pepper oil to keep which wild animals, also called pachyderms, from trampling towns and crops? The electric fences weren't working, but the pepper oil did. It kept elephants out of town. Question number 18. What is the word that designates a mix of metals, such as the lead solder with tiny amounts of lead in it, used in electronics that prevents tiny tin whiskers that can damage electronics? What is the name for a mix of metals? The answer is an alloy. Question number 19. In August of 2014, the Canadian donut chain Tim Hortons purchased this fast food company. The new company allowed itself to be acquired mainly because it will pay lower taxes in Canada than it did in its former home of Florida. What is the name of this fourth largest U.S. restaurant chain? The answer is Burger King. And question 20. Alluding to the paper once used in a typewriter to make multiple copies of a document that has since been replaced by actual copying machines, what do the letters CC stand for on an email? CC stands for a carbon copy. Question number 1. These Asian people were known for their mounted archers. What is the name of this ethnic group that established the Golden Horde in the 13th century? The answer is the Mongols. Question number 2. What is the 8-letter noun that is used by archaeologists to mean anything that was made by humans? The answer is an artifact. Question number 3. Before 1960, Cuba was a major trade partner of the United States. What crop was America's largest import from Cuba? The answer is sugar, specifically sugar cane. Question number 4. Sochi, Russia, the site of the 2014 Winter Olympics, is located where the Sochi River empties into what body of water? The answer is the Black Sea. Question number 5. What two southern cities share the same name that is the only city name in the United States that is the capital of one state and the largest city in another? The answer is Charleston. Question number 6. Much of the evidence Darwin presented in On the Origin of Species came from a voyage on the HMS Beagle to what island group in the Eastern Pacific? The answer is the Galapagos. Question number 7. What term for the Pope originated from the Latin for bridge maker? The term we're looking for is pontiff. Question number 8. Who was the general that led Free France during World War II and rose to power as France's president in 1958 as the Fourth Republic fell? The answer is Charles de Gaulle. Question number 9. In an early episode of The Simpsons, Bart had a pet that he named Stampy. What kind of exotic animal was Stampy? The answer is elephant. It was an elephant. Question number 10. What is the award for fielding excellence given annually to one player in each fielding position in Major League Baseball's American and National Leagues? The award for fielding excellence is called the Golden Glove. Question number 11. The high boiling point of water can be explained by the bonds formed by what element whose atomic number is 1? The answer is hydrogen. Question number 12. What is the occupation of members of the organization known as the Order of Patrons of Husbandry, founded in Washington, D.C. in December of 1867? The Order of Patrons of Husbandry was a group of farmers. Farming was their occupation. Question number 13. What word is used to describe the Monday after Thanksgiving when internet retailers offer specials to kick off the holiday online shopping season? You have Black Friday, then Small Business Saturday, and then Cyber Monday. Cyber is the term we're looking for. Question 14. In the popular Tall Tale, what was the name of Paul Bunyan's trusty blue ox? The answer is Babe. Babe the blue ox. Question number 15. Physicist Stephen Hawking is confined to a wheelchair because of what motor neuron disease? The answer is ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease. Question number 16. The painting Winston Churchill painted and then gave to President Truman depicts a Moroccan city with what African mountains in the background? The answer is the Atlas Mountains. Question number 17. What major Midwest city is now located at the site of the trading post where Jesuit missionary Jacques Marquette established a mission house in 1674? Marquette is in Chicago. Chicago is what we're looking for. Question number 18. What 12-letter word refers to a waterfront manual laborer who is involved in loading and unloading ships, trucks, trains, or airplanes? They call those guys longshoremen. Question number 19. The standard unit of measure for this quantity is the Pascal, though it can also be measured in bars, in torrs, or in psi. What is this quantity that is defined as force per unit of area? The answer is pressure. And question 20. The official national flag of Sri Lanka shows what type of animal holding a sword? The answer is a lion. A lion holding a sword.